Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Sit as Paramashiva. Inhale and exhale deeply with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Visualize, meditate, connect with him. He is a living, alive being. Drop your form into his form and dissolve. Remember, you are a Sarupya Mukta, means your form is dissolved into his form. All my disciples, now I am initiating Salokya Mukti, Samipya Mukti, Sarupya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda limitations, insecurities, nothing is needed for you to exist. Paramashiva alone is enough for you to live absolutely, blissfully, celebrating, fulfilled, complete, intensely. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Let our biology become one with Paramashiva's biology. Let macrocosm we carry become one with microcosm. Let the microcosm we carry become one with macrocosm of Paramashiva. Let our organism become one with Paramashiva's organism. Let Paramashiva's organism become one with our organism. Let oneness become living strategy, living experience of all of us. Am the Mahavagya. Do it intensely. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
and just prepare yourself, because this understanding about which I am going to talk gave me the courage to leave the home. Today's subject is Maya. Actually, many times, the young age I used to think I should leave the home, go around, live a sannyas life. Suddenly, one day, when I was reading one of the Shankara's work on this Maya, somehow the concept clicked. The word Maya cannot be translated into English. Thinking the lesser reality as the higher reality is what we call Maya. What you are seeing, you can't say this is illusion. No, this is not ultimate. Your understanding this is ultimate is illusion. The moment the click happened, I was ready not only to leave the house, decided to live like a Shankara. In the Vedic tradition, anybody wants to become enlightened has to leave their home. They have to become homeless. It is a basic condition for enlightenment. You can't be in your hometown. You have to start wandering, studying, because to enter into the ultimate truth, you need to have the courage to go behind wherever it leads. There is a beautiful sutra in Brahma Sutra, the first sutra of Brahma Sutra. It says, Atatu Brahma Jignasa, let us inquire into the reality. It says, only a courageous person who is ready to go behind wherever truth leads can enter into this science. In those days, we had a beautiful system. When somebody becomes enlightened, he will go around and sit with all other scholars, pandits, learned people, and he will open up his understanding. The other person will open up his understanding. Whoever can take the other person to the deeper level of understanding will follow him. That's all. That is why exploring the truth into the deeper and deeper level has been made as a compulsory basic value for anybody who wants to explore the reality, explore into the truth. What we need to understand from this story, courage to go behind the truth, wherever it leads. Even they are ready to gamble with their life, but they are ready for truth. If you accept or start working on the reality, whatever you see can be Maya. It feels as if the ground on which you are standing is opening or giving way, is taken away. It needs courage. It may suddenly open a new door to you. You must be able to go into the door, only then you can see the next door. Because I am trying to reproduce the same understanding and experience which happened in me. Understand? When I understood that Maya, the concept of Maya, it gave me so much of joy and courage to do anything. I decided I will live like a Shankara. There is every possibility you will catch the glimpse. I am not telling you will run away from a home. You will have the same energy and excitement and liberation when you realize this truth. If this one concept Maya is understood logically by you, no suffering can make low curve in you. Nobody can exploit you easily. If you can just open that courage, this understanding can open new doors for you. If you understand this clearly, you will have the courage. If you have little courage, you will have understanding. It's like a circle. Who will start? we will have understanding. It's like a circle. Who will start? We will have understanding. It's like a circle. Who will start?
Nithyananda, we welcome all the Paramashivoham participants to the first session of the day, which is Nithyananda Yoga. Let us all now get ready, settle down on our yoga mats, prepare the Panchapatam and Udani, the cup with the spoon with some water for the ritualistic cleansing. As we sit in a comfortable cross-seated position with our head, neck and spine in a straight line, the hands joined in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji as we chant the Sadguru Vandanam.
Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Next, we are going to chant the Shiva Mula mantra, Om Ham Ham Shivaya Namaha, 11 times. Please follow along internally.
Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha.
Let us now move on to the Tattva Chavanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Now, keep your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra in the shape of a cow's ear, as our Acharya is demonstrating. Now, take one udani, 1 spoon of water, and pour it into your right palm. Each time the word Swadha is chanted, sip the water from the bottom of your palm for a total of 3 times.
Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Swadha.
Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatram and wipe your lips twice with the bottom of your right thumb as we chant
Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha.
wash your hand again. With your index, middle and ring finger together, touch above your upper lip and below the lower lip. Then wash your hand again. With your index finger and thumb together, touch your right nostril and the left nostril. With ring finger and thumb, touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Then wash your hand again. With your little finger and thumb, touch your navel, your right chest, and your left chest. And with the tips of all the fingers, touch the crown of your head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder, and your heart center. Wash your hand once more. Place the right hand over the left and both hands on the right thigh. Sit straight, close your eyes, and set your sankalpa, your conscious resolution. Declare what you want to manifest in today's ritual of yoga as we chant the sankalpa mantra.
Om Amopata Samasta Duritakshaya Dwara Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Sri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshena Vishisthajam Asyam Shubhatithau Purna Arogya Yukta Dridhagatra Yogika Sharira Siddhyartham Paramashiva Shakti Avishkaranartham Nithyananda Yoga Abhyasam Karishye.
Now wash your right hand a final time.
Om Apaupasprisya.
Now keep Panchapadram and Udani aside, out of harm's way. And let us briefly cover the 12 components of KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga. Nithyananda Yoga is designed to awaken the experience of Paramashivatva, Paramashivoham, that you are indeed the divine Paramashiva. For that, we align our bodies to Paramashiva by performing the physical postures asana, breathing techniques by controlling the inhalation, retention, and exhalation. You align your breathing to Paramashiva while performing pranayama. Next up is mudra, the energy circuits. By aligning our fingers, our limbs, and various other body parts, we prevent the retained prana from seeping out into the space around us, and we activate the non-mechanical parts of the brain. Bandhas are energy locks performed by contracting certain diaphragms and muscles within the body, again preventing the prana from seeping out at the bottom of the spine, and intensely pumping the Kundalini Shakti up along the spine to the higher energy centers and holding it there, aligning the internal organs to Paramashiva. The bandhas are of various kinds. We have the Mula Bandha, the root lock, contracting the perineal floor and pulling it up. Uddiyana Bandha, the stomach or abdominal lock, pulling your stomach in and up towards your spine as you contract your muscles above and below the navel. And the Jalanta Bandha, the throat lock, tucking your chin to the chest, internally locking the throat. Together performed, all the three bandhas make Mahamudra Bandha. Next is the Karanas, the sacred dance postures, as preserved throughout the temples in India for thousands of years. Moving your body in these karanas, aligning your body movements to the cosmic body movements, leads to intense awareness in every part of the body, and it leads to a subtle breathing flow which intensely infuses prana into your system. The next component is visualization. Hold the visualization, which is projected in the top right corner of the screen, throughout each of the asanas. This will lead to you manifesting the essence of the asana more intensely, aligning your thinking to Paramashiva, manifesting Mano Shakti, the power of thought, by chanting the japa, which is projected in the bottom left corner of the screen. As you visualize it rotating around your throat in a circular way, you cleanse your Vishuddhi chakra and manifest the power of Vak, the power of speech, as you align your speech to Paramashiva. Our Acharya here is going to chant the Sanskrit mantras for the references for all the asanas. As you perform yoga, your aura is opening up and is receptive to the energies around you. So make sure you're practicing the ritual of yoga in a clean and sacred space. We are providing the high energy field, as the Sanskrit mantras have a phonetic significance, which is expressed by chanting it. So by chanting the words of Mahadeva himself, our Acharya is holding you in the high energy space. The next component is weightlifting. You want to intensify the asana practice. Consider keeping some weights at the side of your mat to intensify this yoga practice and intensely awaken the Kundalini Shakti. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says that bodybuilding is a spiritual practice. So let us take weights and implement them in the yoga practice. The next component is mandala. You can see in the background of our acharyas, we are projecting the Shri Yantra, the visual representation of all the gods and goddesses. As you gaze at this yantra, intensely but gently, like you would gaze at a rose, you mirror the cosmic energies from the macrocosmos into your microcosmos. The next component is abharana, the sacred Rudraksha jewelry. As you wear Rudraksha beads on your body, touching the skin, they give up the retained energy. Rudraksha functions like a spiritual battery, holding the spiritual energy for a long time. It is capable of holding more energy than any other stone. So ensure that you have Rudraksha on your body at any given time. Finally, we have Aushadha, the sacred alchemy products, applying alchemy products like Vibhuti and Kumkum, but also Jnananjana, and if you have it available, mixing sandalwood powder with some turmeric and water. You can apply it on your temples. Any other Aushadha prepared by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism can also be applied before the yoga practice. With these components covered, let us now move into the first asana of the sequence, which is Sukhasana. Now sit in a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Keep your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Index fingers and thumbs together, palms facing up. Visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space. Breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply into your stomach and visualize a flame being kindled in your stomach, rising up your spine. Engage Mahamudra Bandha, all three bandhas, the root lock, abdominal lock, and throat lock together as you internally chant the japa Soham.
तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तम् अशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्.
Next up is Parvatasana. Now, place your feet on top of opposite thighs and join your hands in Anjali Mudra as you raise them up above your head, keeping your elbows straight, engaging all three bandhas and visualizing yourself as Mount Kailash.
अथ वक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलं यत्कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्.
Next up is Halipavasana. Now extend your feet out in front of you. Bring the soles of the feet together and interlock your fingers behind your back in Padasha Mudra as you gaze to the nose and lean forward and down, placing your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूरवविधियाहु मे जानो उभयपगतली सम्पुटठानो पिष्टपछेदो वो करल्यावो दक्षिणकरसो वामगहावो.
Next up is Nagi Pavasana. Now extend your arms out in front of you. Cup the palms and place them on the ground in front of the feet as you bring your forehead on the ground behind the heels. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a snake as you engage all three bandhas.
पूरवविधिपर्यागाने नीचौहौ वीकहू निफनास्यो लगाये हाथ आगाने धरती लगावे, पसारी दो बू हाथ की अंजुली करे.
Next up is KAILASA. Now hold on to the big toes and prana mudra with index and middle fingers. Then extend your legs forward and up and cross them into Padmasana. Lean forward and down, place your elbows on the ground, engage all three bandhas and visualize yourself as a bird.
अथान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवे नरः अकस्मात् वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च.
Next up is Nithyananda. Now stick your knees and ankles in Ardha Padmasana. Then hold on to opposite elbows and start rotating your arms in a circular motion. Gaze to your nose, engage all three bandhas, visualize Swamiji in your inner space, and every once in a while, change the direction of the movement.
गोड़ा बावां पाद की आशमा हिली सोज, दक्ष चरण को बारलौ तापरि गुल्फ समोज, वाम पाद को महिलौ बहुरौ गुल्फ जान, तापरि गोड़ा दक्ष की आश बारली ठान.
Next up is Gajasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground, shoulder width apart, and push your hips up high. Then scoop your head and chest forward and down again and again. As you visualize yourself as an elephant, perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mudha Bandha, the stomach and the root lock, as you keep internally chanting Soham, Soham, Soham.
निप्चं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भुजामस्तकाग्रे निधाय.
Next up is Vrikshasana. From the same posture, now lift one heel off the mat and push the other heel down alternatingly again and again. Keep Uddiyana Bandha and Mudha Bandha engaged and visualize yourself as a bear.
एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च गदासनं कुर्यात् वृक्षासनं भवति.
Now rise up. Stand on the tips of the big toes if you can. Lift your hands to the chest in Hridaya Mudra with index, middle and ring fingers joined together. The other fingers extended away from the hand. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
एक केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेत् अधोमुखः अथवा ईशावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्.
Next up is Urdhva Janukarana. Now stand in Arimandi posture. Bring your heels together, toes pointing outwards and your knees bent. Remember this posture, we are going to refer to it multiple times throughout this asana sequence. Now bring your hands to the chest and lift one knee up along the center of your body, following along with your hand in a circular motion as you repeat this movement again and again on both sides. Next up is Bala Lingasana. Now interlock your fingers from the outside in Sarva Shankari Mudra. Then pull one knee up towards your chest, pull it close with your hands. Stand erect on the mat like a rod. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you visualize yourself holding a baby.
एकं जानुरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Next up is Pada Pidanasana. Now pull the foot behind towards the buttocks, holding it with both hands. Interlocked in Parusha Mudra. Engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत् तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्.
Next up is Natarajasana. Now hold the sole of the foot from the inside as you kick the leg back and up. Lean forward with your hand, the front hand in Bindu Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja as you perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Balalingasana on the other side. Now pull the other knee up towards your chest. Visualize yourself holding a baby.
एकं जानुरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Now pull your foot behind towards your buttocks. Stand straight, engage all three bandhas, visualize Swamiji in Parapidanasana.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत् तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्.
Next up is Natarajasana. Now pull the other foot back and up as you lean forward with your hand in Bindu Mudra, visualizing yourself performing the cosmic dance as Lord Nataraja.
तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च भीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Ardha Chakrana from Adimandi position. Heels together, toes pointing outward, knees bent. Step the right foot behind the left, bring your hands to the chest and swing the right arm back and forth like a pendulum. Gracefully move your fingers one by one. Place the right hand over the nose, uncross your ankles, and repeat the movement on the other side. Next up is the skeleton dance. Now, visualize yourself as a skeleton and shake your body intensely. Hold the visualization of your bone structure as you dance quietly. Whenever you lose the visualization, come back to visualizing yourself as bones. You don't have any flesh, no muscles, no skin, just bones, and shake your bones intensely. Next up is Kati Chinakarana from Adimandi position. Cross your arms above your head with the palms facing back. Now twist your body to one side, open up your arms, cross them back to the center. Repeat the movement on both sides again and again. The next asana is Tadasana. From the standing position, rise onto the tips of the toes and raise your arms up above your head with the palms parallel. Visualize yourself as a palm tree. As you breathe in Samana Kumbhaka, visualize the flame rising up your spine. Engage all three bandhas and internally chant the new japa Shivoham.
महामुद्राबद्धकोनौ ताडासनविभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नीपतिप्रिया.
The next asana is Uttanasana from a standing position. Now lean forward and down and place your hands flat on the mat. Try to reach the ground. Can also hold on to your feet if you cannot reach the ground. Bring your head towards the knees as you engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
महामुद्राबद्धकोनौ ताडासनविभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नीपतिप्रिया.
Next up is Tadakshvasana with your hands flat on the mat. Step your feet back. Engage the root lock, the Mula Bandha, and the throat lock, the Jalandhara Bandha. And start rotating your head from side to side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गजासनवस्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नयेत्.
Now lower your body down onto your stomach. Keep your hands at the side of your shoulders. Keep your hands at the side of your shoulders.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. It seems our feet got stuck. We are sincerely apologizing to all the participants. We're going to move on with the sequence from Chinaki Pavasana. Now, place your feet together in front of you with your heels against the perineum. Separate your toes, hold on to the feet and open them up like a book. As you place your elbows on your thighs, gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो बगा की एडी धरती मगिबा मेढ़ लगावे.
Next up is Charapada Chokrasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together and your hands on top of the knees as you gently push your knees down to the mat. Gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform Uddiyana Bandha, the abdominal lock, and Mula Bandha, the root lock.
दोवो पगदली संपूर्ण धारे आगाने करे जारे पसारे.
Next up is Bhaidavasana. Now, with the soles of the feet together, twist your feet so the toes are pointing down and the heels are raised off the mat. Use the support of your hands if needed. Then, bring your knees to the mat. Place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra, index and thumbs together. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
गुल्फौ संपीड्य चान्योन्यं विक्रमेणोत्थितं शनैः जान्वोः पार्श्वगतौ हस्तौ दण्डवद्भैरवासनम्.
Next up is Samanasana. Now bring one heel against the perineum and lift the sole of the other foot against your chest. As you gaze up towards your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात्.
Now bring the foot up over top of your shoulder as you extend the opposite leg forward. Keep your hands at the side for balance. As you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्नतः
Now bring the other heel against the perineum and lift the sole of the opposite foot against your chest as you gaze up and visualize Swamiji in Samanasana on the other side.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात्
Lift the leg over your shoulder and extend the opposite leg forward and up. Repeat Apanasana on the other side.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्नतः
Next up is the Gomukhasana. Now stack your knees in front of your body. Bring your heels towards the outside of your opposite hips. Interlock your fingers, place them on the knee as you visualize the face of a cow and gaze to your nose, breathing in Sitkari Kumbhaka, pressing your tongue up against the palate of your mouth without touching the teeth and hissing through your teeth while inhaling.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत् दक्षिणे अपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं गोमुखं यथा
Next up is Anasuyasana. Now hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. As you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya, perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
दक्षिण गोड़ नीचे उठाने बाबों के ऊपर आने.
Next up is Anasuyasana 2. Now interlock your fingers behind in Padasha Mudra. As you lean forward and down, gaze to your nose and place it on the ground if you can in Anasuyasana 2.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा व गोड़ा की संधि.
Next up is Garudasana 2. Now place one heel against the perineum and step the other foot flat with your knee raised against the chest. Keep your hands on respective knees, gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
डावोपकमोडी एडी माहिलो गुल्फमूलद्वारनी चैदे.
Next up is Nardasana. Now raise your perineum onto the heel, interlock your fingers behind your neck, and twist your elbows outside the raised knees as you gaze towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Sage Narada in Nardasana.
पृष्ठज वाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता ही लगावे फेरी.
Next up is Matsya Pitakasana. Place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Raise the opposite knee and hold onto the shin and the big toe of the opposite leg as you gaze through the nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तु गृहीतं मध्य पीठकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेढ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्.
Now repeat Gomukhasana on the other side. Stack your knees, keep your heels at the outside of the hips as you visualize the face of a cow in your inner space.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजये दक्षिणे अपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं गोमुखं यथा.
Next up is Anasuyasana on the other side. Hold on to the big toes as you engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
दक्षिण गोड़ नीचे उठाने बाबों तागे ऊपर आने.
Now interlock your fingers behind your back. Bring your chin over the knees as you lean down as low as you can in Anasuyasana 2.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा व गोड़ा की संधि.
Now bring the other foot against the perineum, opposite foot flat, knee raised, hands on the knees, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 2.
दाबोपगमोडी एडी माहिलौ गुल्फमूलद्वार्नी चैदे
Now repeat Naradasana. Place the perineum on the heel and interlock your fingers behind your neck as you twist your elbows outside the knee.
इष्टिजु वाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता ही लगावे फेरी.
Now place the other foot on the opposite thigh and hold on to the shin and the big toe of the raised knee. As you gaze through your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu and Matsya Pitakasana.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तु गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकम्.
Next up is Matsyendasana. Now extend your legs forward and place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Raise the opposite knee. Twist your elbow outside the raised knee as you hold onto your neck and gaze back and up towards your third eye, visualizing Sage Matsindana, the master of Hatha Yoga.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्.
Now extend your front arm down towards the foot. Hold on to the big toe in Prana Mudra as you gaze up towards your third eye and place the other hand on the respective ear in Kubhasana, visualizing yourself as a camel.
आसन को गुना झोलो जाए.
Now place the hand on the ground behind you. Keep holding on to the foot in front. Twist your spine even further as you visualize Sage Matsyendranath in Matsyendrasana too.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीडं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम्.
Now extend both legs and repeat Matsyendrasana as you place the other foot on the opposite thigh. Raise your knee and twist your elbow outside the raised knee.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः.
Extend the front arm down towards the foot. Hold your back ear with the other hand as you gaze up and visualize yourself as a camel in Kubhasana on the other side.
आसन को गुना झोलो जाए.
Now drop the hand from your ear to the ground behind you. Repeat Matsyendrasana too as you visualize Sage Matsyendranath.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीडं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम्.
Now place your feet onto opposite thighs. Sit in Padmasana, the lotus posture. As you gaze to your nose, visualize yourself as Lord Shiva. Breathe in Sitali Kumbhaka. Press your tongue against the teeth and hiss through your teeth as you inhale. Engage all three bandhas and internally chant Om Nithyananda Mahasadaशिवोहम.
आसनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now cross your arms in front of your body. Hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Lord Shiva, in Padmasana too.
उत्तानो चरणं कृत्वा ऊरुसंस्थौ प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Kukutasana. Now sitting in Padmasana, bring your hands in between the legs. Place your palms on the ground and lift your body up as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य नान्वौरौरन्तरे करौ.
Next up is Baddha Kikyasana. Now place your hands on the ground in front of you with the fingers pointing towards your body. Bend your elbows, lean forward. Balance on your elbows as you lift your knees off the mat. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you do so.
धरामोष्टभिकरद्वयेन तत्पूर्वपरिस्थापितानाभिपार्श्वः.
Now from a kneeling position with your hands flat on the ground, fingers pointing backwards, Bring your elbows to the navel, lean forward, find balance, and lift your legs off the ground straight as you visualize yourself as a peacock in Mayurasana.
अथ वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now lay down flat on your stomach and interlock your fingers behind your neck as you place your forehead on the ground. Twist your feet so the toes are pointing to the side with your heels on the mat. Visualize yourself as a crocodile in Makarasana.
अध्यासशेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसाद्यमानौ शिरश्च धृत्वा करदण्डयुग्मे देहाग्निकारं मकरासनं तत्.
Next up is Shalabhasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground next to your shoulders and lift your legs off the mat completely. Engage your lower back and glutes as you visualize yourself as a locust.
अध्यासशेते करयुग्मवक्षं भूमिमवष्टभ्य करयोस्तलाभ्याम्.
Next up is Ushtrasana. Now bend your knees, hold on to the feet with your hands, and pull them down to the ground outside the hips as you visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtrasana.
अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधायापि धृतं कराभ्याम्.
Keep holding on to the feet and kick them back and up as you lift your head and chest. Gaze up and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow in Dhanurasana.
प्रसार्यपादौ भुजदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम्.
Next up is Bhagasana. Now sit in a kneeling posture. Heels outside the hips, the toes touching behind your back. Your hands on the knees, gaze to your third eye, and visualize Swamiji as you breathe calmly through your nose and internally chant the new japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उल्टा मोड़ी पादौ वैसे बहुरो जुगति करे एक ऐसे.
Next up is Gohi Asana, another inverted posture. Place your forearms on the ground, elbows shoulder width apart, interlock your fingers, and place your head on the mat, supporting it with your hands. As you raise your hips, walk your feet forward and lift them off the mat. Keep the knees bent and pull them towards your chest. Squeeze your body into a ball as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ की कहुनी जोजी पुण्य कलाए जाने दोई.
Now from Gohi Asana, extend your legs up straight into Shirshasana. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः.
Next up is Podhyasana. Now come to a seated posture with your legs extended forward. Breathe in Bastrika Kumbhaka. Exhale rapidly from your stomach without inhaling. Just push the air out again and again as you hold on to your calves and lift your legs up straight in front of your head. Keep them as vertical as possible as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ पग बाहर आने गोड़ा तरे का कसी ठाने.
Now hold on to opposite shoulders behind your head back as you extend your legs forward and up, and gaze to your third eye, visualizing yourself as a mace in Parigrahasana.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य.
Now extend your arms out in front. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana.
उत्तानशयनं कुर्पराभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now scoop your hands below the feet. Bring the soles of the feet together and pull them against your chest as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra, still breathing in Bastrika Kumbhaka in Rudrasana.
पगतले संपूट करी हाथस्य पग ऊंचाई.
Now breathe calmly. Place your feet flat and lay on your back with raised knees. Place your palms on the ground behind the heels and push your hips up high as you gaze to the nose and engage Jalandhar Bandha and Mula Bandha while breathing in Mocha Kumbhaka. Exhale as you keep the throat locked. Visualize Swamiji in Ummukha Pidasana too.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा सवित्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा.
Now lay down flat on your back. The hands at the side of the hips in Shivasana. Unclutch from any internal or external movements as you forcefully pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine from Muladhara to Sahasrara Chakra in Shakti Chalan Mudra. Visualize your body is dead and Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you. Internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तोषवासनं शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles. Shake your arms and legs. Wake up your body and pull your knees towards your chest. Rock your body from side to side. And slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Pratama Vinyasa Krama 108 asana sequence. With this, we conclude today's Nithyananda yoga session for the Paramashivoham Level 1 participants. Thank you so much for participating in this yoga session. The next Acharya is going to join soon and start the first session for you guys. All the Paramashivoham Level 2 and 3 participants, let us now move into the next asana of the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, which is Yathasana Nishtasana. Now sit in a posture that brings ease to your physical and mental space. Any position comfortable for you is okay. As you place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the japa, for the remainder of this sequence.
Paryankam tatsamakhyatam yatasamstam yatastitihi.
Next up is Samasana. Sitting in a cross-legged position with your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and start inhaling as deep as you can and exhaling as deep as you can again and again.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासौ यथालगौ सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोचते प्राक्तने पतिः.
Next up is Muktasana. Now place the left heel against the perineum and the right foot on top of the left foot. Place your hands flat on the knees. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
निपीड्य सीविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्पतः वामं याम्येन गुल्पेन मुक्तासनमिदं भवेत्.
Next up is Siddhasana. Now maintain the same position. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थानं मितेन्द्रियोत्थदर्शनं पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
Next up is Siddhyasana. Maintain the same posture but shift your gaze to the ground in front of you. Engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामपादके जानो शिवनिमाडितासकोन्तानो.
Next up is Rudrasana. Maintain the same posture but rotate your hands on top of the knees into Bindu Mudra. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra.
वामचरणपरिदर्शनराके एकजुगाति आसि विदिधाके.
Next up is Santadurunasana. From the same posture, shift your gaze to the nose and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature.
आसन की गुण मन की चंचल ठामीट.
Next up is Siddhasana too. Now maintain your feet stacked and place your hands in front of your navel, one palm over the other, resembling a lotus flower in Samputa Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऋजुकाय समासीनं दासनमुदीरितं प्रसार्य भुवि पादौ तो दोर्गमङ्गष्टमादरात्.
Next up is Bandha Yoni Asana. With your legs in the same position, set the sankalpa to manifest through the womb of creation. Inhale as deep as you can and then lock your five senses with your fingers. Close your mouth with your little fingers, your nostrils with your ring fingers, your eyes with index and middle fingers, and your ears with your thumbs.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोनासने शृणौ यत्कृत्वा केचरो भूत्वा विचरेतीश्वरो यथा.
Next up is Virasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and the other foot below the opposite thigh. Place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra as you embody the state and space of bravery, Vira.
एकं पादमत एकस्मिन् विन्यस्योनिरि संस्थितः
Next up is Valmikasana. Now place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra, gaze to your third eye, and visualize sage Valmiki, the poet and author of Ramayana, the great sage.
दावा पगकी पगचली पूनी एडी है जो ये
Next up is Joni Mudrasana. Now place your hands flat on the knees and gaze to your nose as you visualize Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti.
वाम पाद की पगचली जाही महिला कोरी जोनीता हम देवाई
Next up is Yoni Asana. Maintain the same posture, but shift your gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize Yoni Mandala and perform the Mula Bandha.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफलेनिलं तत्कालफलनं तावत् खेचरो यावदेव हि
Next up is Padrasana 3. Now, bring the soles of the feet together and hold your feet with both hands, pushing the knees down towards the mat. Gaze to your nose as you visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha in Padrasana 3.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्
Next up is Agorasana. Now, place your left hand on the knee and cover your mouth with your right hand as you close the left nostril with your index finger. Inhale through the right nostril. Then hold your breath, close both the nostrils. Then exhale through the left. Next, inhale through the left. Inverse the breathing process as you breathe in Abhyantara Kumbhaka again and again. Press your tongue upwards. Lead it along the nasal tract if you can in Kechari Mudra as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as an Agori in Agorasana.
पूर्व कहो भिश्रिका जोजी वाही विधि जोगी जैसो जी
Next up is Kanari Pavasana. As you sit with the toes together and heels apart, lean forward and down, place your elbows on the heels. Rest your chin on your hands as you gaze to the nose and engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Engage in breathing in Rechaka Kumbhaka. Exhale as deep as you can and hold your breath again and again as you visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water.
ग्वाली पाव आसन कक्ष्यो है जैसे याहू में जाने विधि तैसे
Next up is Parasana with your knees raised. Now, scoop your hands underneath the feet and interlock your fingers as you raise your feet off the mat. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize Swamiti in your inner space.
ततोर्ध्वम्रे च येत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वास संयुतम्
Next up is Gopi Chandasana with your hands interlocked around the toes. Pull them up against your chest. As you rest your chin on the toes, gaze to the nose and embody the state and space of a king in Gopi Chandasana.
दो भूपग जोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए
Next up is Udarasana. Now scoop your hands below the feet, interlock the fingers around the toes, and pull your feet against your chest as you gaze to your nose and visualize your body free from any defects.
दो वो पगतली संपुट ठाने उभय हस्त करी उरद हिताने
Next up is Vishishtasana. Now, from the same posture, lift your feet higher in front of your face as you visualize yourself excelling in everything.
दोवू पगतली जोड़ी संपूट करे.
Next up is Bhudrasana. Now, bring your legs over top of the respective shoulders and bend your elbows upwards to hold on to the respective shoulders with your hands as you visualize yourself as a cobra.
शिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनमतः परं ग्रीवासनं च परमं भुजासनमिहोच्यते.
Next up is Kalyanasana. With your legs still over top of your shoulders, bend your elbows downwards to bring your arms behind your back, interlocking your fingers in Padusha Mudra if you can. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess.
दो हाथ पगम नीचे आने तिनको गोड़ा नीचे ठाने.
Next up is Sankadasana. Now stack your knees in front as you sit on the left heel. Keep the left foot flat on the mat. Hold on to opposite knees with your hands as you gaze in Vaishnavi Mudra, not focusing on any external objects or happenings, just focus on the object within. As you visualize yourself as an elegant swan, breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama, make an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन यां येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्.
Next up is Dhenukasana. Now slide the left foot outside the hip and sit on the ground. As you place your hands on the top knee, visualize a cow in your inner space and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
अनुषागीनकरपञ्चडं वृषेलिन्दगल्यम्नि.
Next up is Machandrasana. Now place the right foot onto the left thigh and the left foot onto the right knee. Bring your left arm behind your back and twist your spine to hold on to opposite thighs. Gaze up and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामजङ्गपर्दक्षिणटाने वामहस्तपिष्टीदिश आने.
Now untwist your spine, hold onto the big toes of Prana Mudra as you lean forward and down. Rest your navel on the knees and your forehead on the ground as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Machandrasana too.
प्रथमजी मनो चरणज जोजी वामजंग परिराखे सोजी.
Next up is Guru Asana. Now raise up, interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, engage all three bandhas.
ऊर्मूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य.
Now repeat Sankatasana on the other side. Bring the right foot flat on the mat and sit on the right heel. As you stack the left knee over top, hands on opposite knees and visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन यां येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्.
Next up is Dhenukasana on the other side. Sit on the ground, hands on the knee. Visualize a cow and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
अनुषागीनकरपञ्चडं वृषीलिन्दगल्यम्नि.
Now repeat Machandrasana. Place the left foot on the right thigh and the right foot on the left knee. Rest your right arm behind your back. Hold on to opposite thighs with both hands. Once you catch a hold, twist your spine even further. Gaze up and visualize Swamiji.
वामजङ्गपर्दक्षिणटाने वामहस्तपिष्टीदिश आने.
Untwist your spine, lean forward and down. Hold on to the feet, your forehead on the ground. Visualize Swamiji in Machandrasana too.
प्रथमजी मनो चरणज जोजी वामजंग परिराखे सोजी.
Now rise up, interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee. Engage all the bandhas and visualize Swamiji, your guru, in your inner space in Guru Asana.
ऊर्मूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Parshasana. Now place your feet flat on the ground. Raise your knees and hold them against your chest with opposite hands. Cross your arms in front. Press your tongue upwards as far as you can in Kechari Mudra as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादतले भूमो निधाय जानुनिवृत्ति निधाय.
Next up is Bodha Shukasana. Now hold on to opposite wrists and place your chin on the knees. Gaze to your nose and visualize residing in an abode of bliss.
तो वो पगदली भू परिधरे कोरमाहिली ऐसे करे.
Next up is Kudakatasana. Now bring your arms underneath the knees and hold on to opposite elbows. Keep pulling your knees against your chest, your tongue upwards, gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji.
दो हाथ पग बाहर लियावे गोड़ा नीचे ले टहरावे.
The next asana is Sumati Asana. Now cross the right ankle over the left, the toes pointing up, still holding on to opposite elbows as you gaze to your nose and visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati.
दो हाथ पग बाहर लियावे गोड़ा नीचे ले टहरावे.
Now extend your legs forward, keep your knees straight. Interlock your fingers and raise them up above your head with your wrists pointing outwards. As you gaze to your nose, engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji in Dandasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Next up is Arambhasana. Now lean forward and down, keep your legs straight, hold on to the big toes, and bring your head as close to the knees as you can as you start performing Nadi Shodhana. Inhale through one nostril and exhale through the other alternatingly. Lead the prana through all your chakras, cleaning Ida and Pingala Nadi as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो वो पग मिलिवा पसारी पका का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीला टकोड़ा लगावे.
Next up is Vidukasana. Now separate your knees and separate your feet as well. Raise your knees slightly off the ground. Bring your hands underneath your shins and hold on to the soles of the feet from the outside as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम बेसी दो पाव पसारी कछको उर्त को कुरडो डारे.
Now join the soles of your feet as you keep your legs extended forward. Bring your hands underneath the shins, palms facing up, elbows on the ground as you place your face on your feet. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Jalandhari Pavasana.
दो वेड़ी में लिखे दीजिए हाथ पसारी.
The next asana is Uttha Paschimottanasana. As you extend your legs forward, lift one leg behind your neck and lean forward and down, holding on to the front foot as in Paschimottanasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama. Visualize that your prana is flowing upwards through your body to 9 points. The soles of the feet, the regenerative organs, the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the center of your eyebrows, the top of your forehead, and your Brahmarandra, the crown of your head.
दो वेड़ी में लिखे दीजिए हाथ पसारी.
Now, lean back with your legs still behind your neck. Extend the opposite leg forward as you hold on to the foot behind your head with the opposite hand. Visualize that you are infinite, endless, eternal as you gaze to your nose in Anantasana.
उत्तान शैनी एकैकं पाणि गिरिवाजां विन्यस्य.
Now roll onto the side of the hand holding onto the foot. Keep your leg behind the neck and gaze to the nose as you feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्थानशयितैकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्
Next up is Purushasana, laying on your back. Now pull your knees up towards your chest and circle your legs with your hands as you rock your body from side to side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्थानशयितैकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्
Now repeat Purta Paschimottanasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck as you lean forward and down.
पश्चिमतानवत्सं स्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्
Now lean back. Extend the opposite leg as you keep holding onto the foot behind your neck. As you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as unending in Anantasana.
उत्थानशयिनी एकैकं पायि ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य
Now roll to the side. Gaze to your nose and feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्थानशयितैकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्
The next asana is Yoga Nidra. Now lay on your back and one by one lift your legs up behind your head as you interlock your hands behind your back. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनम्
Next up is Atmaramasana. Now lift your legs up and bring your arms underneath. Bend your elbows up and interlock your fingers behind your neck as you gaze at the nose and visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
आत्माराम आसन प्रथम सुधोसो वे
The next asana is Kochikasana. As you lay on your back, extend your arms out to the side and pull your knees against your chest. Keep the soles facing up towards the sky as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ सीधा सा करे तीन सौ उबे सपा करे
The next asana is Jatara Parivritti. This asana consists of 3 steps. We are going to perform all 3 steps and then repeat them on the other side. Now lay back and pull your knees against your chest, extending your arms out to the side. This is the neutral position. Now drop one knee to the side and extend the opposite leg down. Step 1. Now bend both knees to the side. Step 2. Extend both the legs to the side, hold on to the feet and gaze in the opposite direction as you gaze to your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha before you return to the center. Now drop the other knee to the side and extend the opposite leg down. Bend both your knees to the side. Extend your legs, hold on to the feet and gaze away from the feet.
परिवृत्ते कोक्षे भागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः
The next asana is Dvipadapitam. As you lay on your back with your feet flat, hold onto your ankles and push your hips up high. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge as you engage Jalandabandha and Mudabandha breathing in Mocha Kumbhaka.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठः सर्वबलप्रदं गर्भिणीनां दुर्बलानाम् इति गार्गी जगादनु.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. Let's move on to the next asana, Paryankasana. As you keep your feet flat, bring your hands over top of the shoulders with the fingers pointing towards your feet. Push your hips up. Lift your body off the mat. Walk your hands and feet closer together. Raise your hips even higher. As you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka and visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture.
उत्तानशयनमस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्य.
Now lower yourself down on your back and pull your knees up against your chest. Place your hands on your shoulders and rotate your legs in a circular motion as you visualize yourself as a dog, playfully rolling around on its back.
सवच्छरीरं संस्थाप्य जाननी सम्मील्य नाभुवानी च.
Next up is the Viparita Karani. As you lay on your back, raise your legs and hips up, pointing the feet up towards the sky. Keep your arms flat on the ground and move your legs in a circular motion as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
भूतले सशिरो दत्वा खेनये चरणद्वयं विपरीतकृतिः शैषा सर्वतन्त्रेषु गोपिता.
Now stop the movement of your legs. Be sturdy and straight in Viparita Karani too.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी नित्यम् अभ्यासयुक्तस्य जाठराग्निविवर्धनी.
Next up is Langalasana. Now drop the toes down over top of your head. Interlock your fingers behind your back in Parashamudra. Push your hands into the mat and visualize yourself as a cloud.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी.
Next up is Shaita Paschimottanasana. From the same position, hold on to the feet above your head. Keep your arms and legs straight. This is one of the 84 different asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
Next up is Supta Konasana. Now, as you lay on your back, holding onto the feet, bring your hips above the shoulder level and then extend your legs out to the side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षि भागे त्रिता हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणम् ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
The next asana is chakrasana. As you lay on your back with the legs over top of your head, hold onto your ankles, and then roll onto your back, keeping your arms and legs straight, visualizing yourself as a chakra, a wheel in chakrasana.
शवासनस्तद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परौ विक्रमेण ततः शीघ्रमेतत् सर्वस्य साधनम्.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
Next up is Supta Prasarita Parangushtasana. Now extend your legs up vertically. Hold on to the big toes and prana mudra as you open your legs up wide to the side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama. Make an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now join your feet back together. Keep holding on to the big toes. Keep your legs and arms straight as you visualize Swamiji in Supta Parangushtasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Matsyasana. From Supta Parangushtasana, place your feet on top of opposite thighs. Bring your legs into Padmasana and place your knees on the mat as you bring your hands over top of your head, holding on to opposite elbows. Gaze to your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत् कूर्पराभ्यां शिरो वेष्ट्या मत्स्यासनं तु रोगः.
Next up is Parasharamasana. Now maintain the posture but place the backside of the right hand onto the left palm. Gaze to your nose as you visualize Lord Rama in your inner space.
आत्माराम आसनं प्रथमसूधो सोवे.
Next up is Sarvangasana. As you lay on your back with your legs in Padmasana, raise your knees and hips up, supporting your lower back with your hands, elbows on the ground. Gaze to your nose as you visualize Swamiji and perform Chalanabandha and Moolabandha, breathing in Mocha Kumbhaka.
अथवा क्षेत्रसंक्षेपात् सर्वाङ्गासनमुत्तमम्.
Now free your legs, lay on your back, and place one foot on top of the opposite thigh as you pull the opposite knee against your chest. Extend your arms up above your head. Hook your fingers forward as you gaze up towards your third eye. Contract your throat and perineal floor and visualize yourself as a scorpion in Vrishchikasana.
प्रथमशयन सूधो शीशिकेशिकी सन्धि सुदाखे.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Repeat Vrishchikasana, the scorpion posture on the other side.
प्रथमशयन सूधो शीशिकेशिकी सन्धि सुदाखे.
Next up is the Vrishabharakshitasana. As you lay on your back, interlock your fingers behind your neck and lift your legs off the ground and alternate pulling your knees in towards your chest back and forth as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe firmly in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभिः कन्दरां बद्ध्वा.
Next up is Maruttanasana. Laying on your back, keep your hands flat next to your hips and alternate pulling your knees up, touching your ears with your knees.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभिः कन्दरां बद्ध्वा.
Next up is Vrikasana. As you lay on your back, place your feet flat, raise your knees, stand up, and lay back down again and again, visualizing yourself as a wolf.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is Lutasana. As you lay back, kick your legs over your body and roll over completely again and again as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, finally ending in a prone position.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिरौ उल्लङ्घ्य भूमौ स्थापयित्वा.
Next up is Salatasana. As you lay on your stomach, hands next to your shoulders, the toes pointing back. Contract your lips and make a whistling sound like a flute as you inhale, visualizing yourself as a chariot carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back.
निब्जशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय.
Next up is Dehalyulanganasana. Keep your hands on the ground and push your body up into a plank position, jumping your feet forward and back in between the hands as you visualize yourself transcend body and mind.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्ये चरणद्वयम् उड्डानैव बहिरानीय.
Next up is Jatyasana. From a standing position, now lean forward and down. Place your hands on the ground and walk around on hands and feet, visualizing yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant.
अथ जात्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन जातिस्मरो भवेत्.
Next up is Loitika Karana. Now stand in Adimandi, heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees bent. Raise your elbows to the shoulder level and rotate your arms around the body. Lean back, rotate your head in all directions. Next up is Sarvasana. If you have a rope available, now tie your feet and stand erect on the mat like a god. Keep your arms against your body, hands flat on your thighs as you visualize your Kundalini Devi raising and curling upwards around your body.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्ष्ये वायुपाणाय केवलं शरीरं दण्डवत् तिष्ठेत् रज्जुबन्धस्तु पादयोः.
Next up is Pushta Sadhanasana. Now lean forward and down. Step your toes onto your fingers and clench your hands into fists, walking around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a camel.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Ashvasana from the same position. Now hold the feet from the side. Keep your hands and fists, walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a horse, Ashva.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Kapota Nitakasana. As you stand on the mat with your feet together, interlock your fingers behind your back and pull your hands down towards your thighs. As you lean back as far as you can, tilt your head back, open up your chest as you visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तौ जङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा
Next up is the Tala Pushpa Putam Karana. From Arimandi, bring your hands into Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest. Then bow down to one side, raise the respective heel and open up your palms as you visualize yourself holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashivoham. Next up is Khadgasana. As you gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a rhinoceros, lay down on your stomach, then jump your feet up towards your hand and stand with your hands in Namaskara Mudra extended away, resembling the horn of a rhinoceros.
आसनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा
Next up is the Uttanottanam. Now hold on to weights if you want to intensify this asana. Then squat down all the way or as low as you can and stand back up again and again, gazing to the nose and visualize swinging Swamiji in your inner space.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यम् अस्थितव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
Next up is Musalasana. Now raise your arms up above your head and jump repeatedly as you visualize yourself as a mace.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नयेत्.
Next up is Utsheshakasana. Now hold on to one foot and pull it against your chest as you sit down and stand back up with the other leg, alternating on both sides. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय तिष्ठेत् उत्शीर्षकं भवति.
Next up is the Parshvajanukarana. Now raise one knee up and encircle it with the respective arm, hand kept in a fist. Place your hand, the opposite hand, on top of the respective thigh with the fingers pointing inwards. The next asana is Tandavasana. Now, extend your arms and one leg forward. Hold weights if you want to intensify this asana. As you sit down and stand back up, visualizing yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Now raise one foot towards the inner thigh as you keep your hands relaxed by the side, visualizing Lord Brahma blessing you from within in Brahmanasana.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत् कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Next up is Garudasana 3. Now bring the left foot over and around the right knee. Tuck the toes behind. Bring the left arm below the right and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्थानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहद्गारुडमेव च.
Next up is Ekapadasana. Place the left foot onto the right thigh. Keep your hands at the side and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Next up is Dhruvasana, the pole-star posture. Now hold on to the left big toe as you extend the leg out to the side and rotate quickly on the standing leg, visualizing yourself as the North Pole Star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा
The next asana is Trivikramasana. Now, as you stand tall, raise one leg behind your neck and then perform the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu. Stand tall, sit down and stand back up while visualizing Lord Vishnu in your inner space.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Parshvadhanukarana. Now raise the other knee up and circle with your arm, hand in a fist, the opposite hand on the inner respective thigh. Now repeat Tandavasana. Sit down and stand back up with your leg extended forward, visualizing yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is Brahmanasana. Now raise the right foot to the inner left thigh. Keep your hands by the side and visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Next up is Garudasana 3. Bring the right leg over and around the left, tucking the toes behind. Bring the right arm below the left. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहस्गारुडमेव च.
Now place the right foot onto the left thigh. Stand erect on the mat like a rod. Keep your hands at the side and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Next up is Guruvasana, the post-up posture on the other side. Hold on to the right big toe and rotate quickly as you visualize yourself as the North Pole star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Trivikramasana. Raise the other leg behind your neck. Stand tall, sit down, stand back up. 3 steps of Lord Vishnu.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Samanaka Karana. Now keep your heels together, toes pointing outwards. Your hands straight, slightly extended away from the body, fingers pointing one by one. Relax after this intense sequence of asanas as we enter the final 100 asanas of the sequence. Starting off with Gorak Anjali Asana. Now squat down. Bring your arms in between the legs and interlock your fingers in front of your navel in Parashva Mudra as you visualize the great sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. As you breathe in Jivachara Kumbhaka, inhale all the way, hold your breath, and freely move the prana within your system.
प्रथम ही उभो हो ये बाहुरी नीचो पुनि होवे.
Next up is Kanchi Asana. From a squatting position, now interlock your fingers behind your lower back as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊरुमध्यात् हस्तौ निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा.
Next up is Bhairo Asana. Now join your feet together. Keep your heels close to the perineum as you squat down and interlock your fingers behind your back. Gaze towards your navel as you visualize yourself as Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time.
दो पग की थलिया की माहिली कोर मिलाई फना पानी उकड़ मोड़ वैसे.
Next up is Varahasana. As you sit on the ground with your heels against the perineum, toes pointing out to the side, join your hands in Anjali Mudra and raise them behind your head, fingers pointing down to the ground as you visualize yourself as Varaha, the Paw avatar of Lord Vishnu.
पागथली की माहिली कोर मिलाई फना पानी उकड़ मोड़ वैसे.
Next up is Tripitasana. Now hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra as you raise your hips to the same level as your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Keep breathing in Jivachala Kumbhaka.
पार्श्वद्वये सम्मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं जानप्रदेश आनीय
Next up is Bakasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground and bring your knees onto your arms, raising your feet off the ground like in Kani Pavasana as you visualize yourself as a crow.
हस्ताभ्याम् अवनिमवष्टभ्याम्.
The next asana is Sushtanga Kapali Asana. Now keep your hands flat and place your head on the mat. Create a triangle between your hands and your head. Keep your knees on your elbows, raise your legs up straight, and then cross your legs into Padmasana. As you gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन को गुण कपाल आछो होई.
Next up is Guptasana. Now sit in a kneeling posture with your heels outside the hips, the toes touching behind. Place your hands on the knees, gaze to your nose. Visualize you are sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru.
जानोर्घोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत्.
The next asana is Vrikshasana too. As you place your hands on the mat, lift your legs up high and enter a handstand posture. This asana should be performed by everyone to purify the 7 chakras. You can lean against the wall or ask a partner to aid you as you visualize yourself as a tree with deep roots growing into the ground.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासन विशेषकान्.
Next up is Shibu Asana. In the handstand, gaze up towards your third eye and visualize that Tejas energy is flowing through your third eye, rejuvenating your body.
दो पग जोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए.
Next up is Matsyasana too. Now place your hands flat on the ground, shoulder width apart, and lower your body down onto your stomach, pushing it back up again and again, visualizing yourself as a fish in Matsyasana too.
निर्जं शयनं कुरु पार्श्वभागायाम् ऊर्ध्वकृत्य.
Now laying down on your stomach, keep your hands on your hips, and raise your head and chest from left to right, visualizing and moving your body like a snake in Sarapasana too, as you calmly breathe through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
निर्जं शयनं कृत्वा हस्तो नितम्बं निधाय.
The next asana is Nidalambanasana. Now place your elbows on the ground and rest your chin on your hands in Padma Mudra, the Lotus Mudra, as you point your toes back and visualize and feel self-supported, completely independent.
कराभ्यां पङ्कजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् पूर्वपरया सुधीः.
Next up is Chakrasana. As you bend your knees, lift your feet and place your hands flat on the mat to straighten your arms and push your upper back closer towards your feet. Visualize yourself as an umbrella protecting your Guru from the sun rays.
अर्ध्यासनं स्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is Vajrasana. Now sit in a kneeling posture on top of your heels. As you extend your arms forward, place your forehead and hands on the mat in front of you. Gaze to your nose as you visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra symbolizing indestructibility.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तनेपथि.
Next up is Meshasana. Now, with your hands flat, raise your hips up high into Gajasana position and alternate striking the ground with your hands as you Visualize yourself as powerful as a ram.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत्.
The next asana is Ajasana. From Gajasana position, now lift your legs up high and slowly lower your face towards the ground as you visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासन संस्थित पादद्वये मन्त्रालये कृत्य.
The next asana is Dhanantarasana. Now sit in a kneeling posture, your feet flat. Hold on to the big toes and pull them in towards your perineum. Then place your hands on your thighs as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्व विधि परिहाता की काकसी से फड़ा शरा मोड़ी.
Next up is the Anga Motanam. Now interlock your fingers in front and move your arms up, down, left, right in all directions, giving massage to different joints and muscles of your body. Then interlock your fingers behind and repeat the movement as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
हस्तयोः अङ्गुलीर्बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वमङ्गं निष्कासयित्वा.
Next up is Garudasana 4. Now sit in the kneeling posture with your toes pointing outwards. Place your thighs and calves on the mat as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back.
जङ्गोरुभ्यां धरां पीड्य स्थिरकायोद्विजानुना.
The next asana is Ananda Mandirasana. Now sit with the soles of the feet together, the toes pointing backwards, your knees separated. Place your hands on your ankles, hold onto your ankles as you bring the front of your buttocks on the ground. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अथ वक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनम्.
Next up is Mandukasana 2. Now place your hands underneath the knees and overlap your feet to sit on the heels. Press your tongue flat against the palate of your mouth. Visualize yourself as a frog and engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha in Mandukasana 2.
पृष्ठं संपीड्य गुल्फाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सबलयाकृतिः हस्तोपादतले क्षिप्तो मण्डूकं पाददोषहृत्.
The next asana is Narasimhasana. Now, tuck your toes, sit on raised heels. Keep your hands flat on the ground, thumbs touching. As you stick your tongue out, gaze to the nose and exhale forcefully again and again, visualizing yourself as Lord Narasimha, the lion man avatar of Mahavishnu.
दो फणा पाणी होए वैसे एड़ी मेलर गुदानी वैसे समशरीरनी का टहरावे नाथा अग्रदृष्टि को यावे.
Next up is Vishtrakasana from the same posture. Sitting on raised heels with the knees on the ground. Cover your mouth with both hands. Bring your thumbs underneath your teeth and close your mouth as you inhale through the right nostril and exhale through your mouth as per your capacity, visualizing yourself as Devi, victorious over your fears in Vishtrakasana.
दो पगां की एड़ी जो ये घोड़ा फणवान बनी होई.
Next up is Makadasana. Now place your feet flat and sit on your heels. as you bend your elbows and imitate as if you are a monkey stretching itself. As you visualize yourself as a playful monkey, gaze up towards your third eye in Makadasana.
द्वौ पगदले संपुट आने तनिके पुष्टि भूमि पर इठाने.
Next up is Vajrasangadasana. Now, tuck the toes, sit on raised heels, bring the soles of the feet together, separate your knees and hold on to opposite elbows behind your back. As you gaze to your nose and embody diamond-like strength for you and your Sangha, breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama.
प्रथम पणा पाणी होय बैसे दोवो एड़ी गुदा निवेसे घोड़ा उभा राके धीर आड़े वाय पसारे धीर.
Next up is Kanjanasana. Now place your knees on the ground and overlap your feet. Sit on your heels and place your hands on the ground next to your body. Gaze to your nose as you visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments. As you engage Uddiyana Bandha, the stomach lock, and Mula Bandha, the root lock.
संजनासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत्.
Next up is Kurmasana. From the same posture, place your hands on the knees. Make your upper body and neck stiff like the shell of a turtle. Embody a turtle living for hundreds of years as you gaze to your nose.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितौ.
Now relax your upper body and neck. Keep your hands on the knees and gaze to the nose, visualizing Swamiji in Yogasana.
बुधं नियम्य गुल्फाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः.
Next up is Vijogasana. Now stand on your knees and cross your feet behind. Bring the feet near opposite knees as you hold onto your calves with your hands, fingers inside and thumbs outside. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize a space of eternal oneness Advaita with your Guru.
घोड़ा वामो उभो होई घोड़ा आड़ा राखे दोई.
Next up is Ushtrasana 2. Stand on the knees with the feet flat. Hold onto the heels as you lean back all the way. Tilt your head back. Push your hips forward and up as you visualize yourself as a camel.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदाढ्य संविपादयिषु पुमान्.
Next up is Jajasana 2. Now lean back. Hold onto the soles of the feet as you place your elbows and then the back of your head on the mat. Gaze to your nose, visualizing yourself as a lotus blooming.
दो एडी संपुट करे सोले मूलद्वारित रिधरे.
Next up is Viratasana. From the same posture, now lay down on your back and rise back up again and again. Touch the ground. Touch your back to the ground again and again. Gaze to your nose and visualize the healing and liberation of all causal subtle forms of your body. Use the support of your hands if needed.
गंगा पृष्ठभूमो निधाय जंगोद्रजोः ऊरुनि संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Kapotasana. From the same posture, now bring your arms over your shoulders and reach for your feet as you bring your head in between the feet. Visualize yourself as a beautiful dove.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदाढ्य संविपादयिषु पुमान्.
Now rise back up. Stand on the knees and tuck your toes. Keep the heels off the ground as you hold onto opposite elbows. Gaze to the nose and enter the boon fulfilling posture. Receive your boon from Paramashiva in Vadasana.
जानुनि भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा.
Now keep your toes tucked and sit down on the raised heels as you lean forward. Forearms on the ground. Rest your head on your hands as you visualize yourself as Varaha, the four avatar of Lord Vishnu in Varahasana 2.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं भेदनानि आसनानि निकथ्यते.
Next up is Mundasana. Now keep your forearms on the ground, elbows shoulder width apart. Interlock your fingers. Place your head on the mat, supported with the hands. As you enter another inverted posture, raise your hips, walk your feet forward, lift your legs up and point them up towards the sky as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a lopped tree.
अथो मुण्डासनं वक्षे सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Next up is Andhasana. Come to a kneeling posture and lean forward and down, placing your head in between the knees. Hold onto your head with both hands, elbows outside the knees. As you gaze to the nose, inhale through the nose and exhale through your mouth in this asana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पगतली समटहरावे कोरमाहिली उभे मिलावे.
Next up is Viparita Shalabhasana. Now lay down on your stomach and keep your hands extended over top of your head. Hold on to weights if you want to intensify this asana. As you visualize yourself as a locust, lift your arms, chest, and legs off the mat.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्ड भेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Next up is KAILASA. Now place your forehead on the ground, keep your hands next to the hips, and lift your legs off the mat as you visualize a skull representing the mind with purified thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment in KAILASA, the skull posture.
कपालं भूमौ निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नजेत्.
With your arms flat on the mat, raise your legs up over top of your body, bend your knees and push your hips up as you place your feet on the ground in front of your face. Visualize yourself as a free and open dog in Akasha Kapotasana.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य मस्तकोपरि नीत्वा.
Now come to a kneeling posture and lean forward and down. Place your forearms on the ground, navel on the knees. Breathe against your legs as you visualize yourself as a sparrow in Chatakasana.
पूर्वपर्यन्तौ हस्तौ धरामविष्टभ्य जानुनी नाभौ संकुञ्च.
Next up is Vrishikasana too. As you keep your forearms on the ground, lift your legs up over top of your body and bend your knees. Try to touch the back of your head with your legs as you visualize yourself as a scorpion.
विच्छेव पुच्छ प्रतिमाङ्घ्रिपार्श्वे धृत्वा स्वशीर्षे चिबुकं विधार्यकौ.
Next up is Vrishasana, the bull posture. Now sit on the right heel and bring the left foot outside the hip with the toes pointing to the side. Visualize yourself as a bull as you start breathing in Antaranga Kumbhaka. Inhale forcefully through your nose, hold your breath for a short while, and then again slowly exhale through your nose as you visualize yourself as a bull.
यामिगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पतेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
Next up is Lolasana. Now keep your hands flat on the ground in front of you and lift your knees off the mat. Balance on your arms as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Next up is Vrishasana. Now bring the right foot outside the hip and sit on the left heel as you visualize yourself as a bull, still breathing in Antaranga Kumbhaka.
यामिगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पतेतरम्.
Next up is Balagunasana. Now tuck the toes of the left foot and sit on the left heel. Keep the right foot flat, knee towards the chest, hands on the knees. Visualize Balaguna High, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space in Balagunasana.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Next up is Grahasana. Now rise up and squat down with your arms in and around the legs, holding on to your ankles from the outside as you visualize yourself as the entire planet.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये गुरुपरौ स्थाप्य
Now repeat Balagunasana on the other side. Tuck the right toe, sit on the right heel, keep the left knee against your chest. Visualize Balagunahai.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Next up is Utkatasana. Step both the feet in, sit on raised heels, keep the knees together, and place your hands on top, holding onto weights if you want to intensify this asana. Visualize Swamiji in your space.
Pijos pijostiyata urvajano yatrasane padataladvayo pari.
Next up is Vajra Sangarasana 2. Now, keep the soles together, heels apart, and hold on to opposite elbows behind your back as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Pijos pijostiyata urvajano yatrasane padataladvayo pari.
Next up is Anilasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground and step your heels onto your hands. Keep your arms straight as you squat down all the way. Gaze to your nose and visualize you are able to live off of air alone.
प्रथम बना पानी होय जैसे दो वो एड़ी गुदानी वैसे.
The next asana is Padukasana. Now, lean forward and down, place the back of your hands on the mat, and step your feet onto your hands. Wrap your hands around the feet like shoes and walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself wearing padukas, walking all across India.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा
Next up is Kukkutodhanasana. As you place your hands on the mat, kick your legs up high and let them fall back down again and again, visualizing yourself as a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुद्रानं कृत्वा
The next asana is Viparita Nrityasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground, raise your legs up into a handstand, and then move your legs around on two hands dancing.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य ऊर्ध्वपादाग्रे कुर्वन्.
Next up is Kunjarasana. Now separate your feet and place your hand on the mat. Separate your feet and place one hand on the mat, holding your head with the other hand as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अधवक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनम् उत्तमम्.
Now place the other hand on the ground, lift the opposite hand to your ear. Repeat Kunjarasana on the other side.
अथवक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनम् उत्तमम्.
Next up is Kadambasana. Now squat down all the way. Hold your ankles and lift your feet off the mat as you visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life.
पार्श्वेभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन गुल्फौ धृत्वा.
Next up is Pavana Muktasana. Now sit with your feet flat, knees raised. Pull your knees in with opposite hands as you Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadri Kumbhaka and visualize any excess vata being released from or balanced within your system.
द्वयोस्तु पादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्वनितम्बके
The next asana is Chakrasana. Now bring one leg behind your neck and lift your entire body off the ground as you place your hands to the side. Gaze up and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वदानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा
Next up is Dhanurasana 2. Now, hold on to the big toes and extend one leg forward and pull the other foot towards your ear. Visualize that you're pulling a bowstring back as you're visualizing yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि
Next up is Ashtavakrasana. Now bring one leg over top of the respective shoulder, hook the other foot over top, and extend your legs out to the side as you lift your body off the ground and balance, visualizing yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च
Next up is Pranasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh, place the other foot flat, knee raised, bring the shoulder underneath the raised knee and gaze up as you visualize yourself being immortal and able to exist solely on prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः
Next up is Parshvamatsendrasana. Now bring the right heel to the left hip and step the left foot over top of the right knee. Twist the right elbow outside of the left knee and bring the arm below. Interlock your fingers behind your back as you gaze up and visualize Sage Matsendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्यते यास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्
Now repeat Chakrasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck. Keep your hands flat and lift your entire body off the ground, visualizing yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वदानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा
Now repeat Dhanurasana 2. Pull the other foot towards your ear as you visualize yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि
Now repeat Ashtavakrasana. Place the other foot over top of the respective shoulder. Hook the other foot over top of the opposite foot, extending the legs out to the side, balancing on your arms, visualizing yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च
Next up is Pranasana on the other side. Now bring the other foot onto the opposite thigh, your shoulder below. Press the other knee down to the mat as you gaze up and visualize you are immortal and able to exist solely on prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः
Now repeat Parshvamatsendrasana on the other side. Bring the foot at the outside of the hip, step the other foot over the knee. Bring your arm below, twist your spine and interlock your fingers behind your back as you visualize Sage Matsendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्यते यास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्
The next asana is Atta Paschimottanasana. Now bring one heel against the perineum and lean forward and down as in Paschimottanasana. Breathe in Jivachala Kumbhaka as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासिनी सम्पीड्य
Next up is Kranchasana. Now bring the right foot outside the hip and hold on to the left, extending it up in front of your face as you visualize yourself as a crane. Keep your knees straight.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च भरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now repeat Ardha Pashmatanasana on the other side. Bring the other heel against the perineum and lean forward and down.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासिकवनी सम्पीड्य.
Now bring the left foot outside the hip and raise the right foot in front of your face as you visualize yourself as a crane in Kraunchasana, the crane posture.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च भरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
The next asana is Svastikasana. Now sit in a cross-legged posture with your feet in between the thighs and calves. Keep your hands on the knees, gaze to your nose, and embody a swastika.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे.
Next up is Gorakshasana. Maintain the same posture with your legs. Take your chin to the chest, gaze to the nose. But cover your feet with your hands as you visualize the great sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Bhagasana 2. Now, bring the left heel against the perineum and the right foot on top of the left thigh. Keep your hands ready as you enter Shanmukhi Mudra. Gaze up to your third eye. Visualize Swamiji. Meditate on Arihanta, the Lord, the Enlightened One, as you close all your five senses with your fingers.
वामपार्श्वं उदं संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिवामजघने.
Next up is Yogasana. Place your hands on top of opposite, place your feet on top of opposite knees as you bring your hands outside the body, placing the back side of your hands on the ground. Palms facing up. Gaze to your nose as you visualize Swamiji and breathe in Kakachancha Kumbhaka through the rolled up tongue as you keep your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow in Yogasana 2.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनोः आसनोपरि संस्थाप्य चोत्तानं करयुग्मकम्.
Now rotate your hands, place them on the ground next to your body and lift your entire body off the ground as you visualize yourself as a rooster in Urdhva Kukkutasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Siddhaharatali Asana. As you sit in Padmasana, bring your hands between the legs and place your palms flat on the mat without lifting your body up. Stay seated on the mat, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji.
प्रथमपद्मासनकोकरे हस्तुदो भूगोडासनजिदरे.
Now push your hands into the mat, lift your body up as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a swan in Hamsasana.
कुक्कुटासनस्थित्वा स्कन्दपर्यन्तम् ऊरुनि नीत्वा.
Next up is Karmukasana. Now bring your hands in between the legs in Padmasana, raise your hips up and lean forward, place your forehead on the ground and interlock your fingers behind your back in Pakshamudra as you visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bowl.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आचे गो प्रथमकरे पद्मासन करे गोडासन दिमाहि करि करे.
Next up is Kurmasana 2. From Padmasana, raise your knees up and bring your hands in between the legs. Bend your elbows to hold onto your shoulders as you visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years.
बाई जंग पर दक्षिण पावा दाई जंग परि बाई ल्यावा.
Next up is Granthi Bedasana. Now tuck your chin to the chest and gaze to your nose as you rejoice knowing you're sitting in Shiva's secret knot posture.
अथ वक्षे नीलकण्ठ ग्रन्थिभेदासनं शुभम्.
Now roll onto your back. Keep your legs in between your hands in between the legs. Hold onto your shoulders as you lay on your back. Gaze to your nose and embody a turtle laying on its back in Uttana Kurmasana.
कुक्कुटासन बन्धस्थम् कराभ्यां धृतकन्धरम्
Now sit back up in Padmasana. Bring your hands in between your legs. Place one palm on the ground and hold its wrist with the other hand as you lift your entire body off the mat. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana.
कुक्कुटासने स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यसमनिबन्धं धृत्वा
Place the other hand on the mat. Lift your body up in Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side.
कुक्कुटासने स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यसमनिबन्धं धृत्वा
Next up is Virtasana. Now sit in Padmasana posture. Your feet on opposite thighs. Place your elbows on the toes. As you interlock your fingers in Parashamudra and press your thumbs against your throat, resting your chin on your hands, visualizing you have gone beyond all greed and covetous.
जानोर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ गुल्फौ छाच्छाद्य हस्ताभ्यां उत्तानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः
Next up is Padmasana 3. As you sit in Padmasana, place one hand over top of the other, palms facing up in your lap. Gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji. Sit in a meditative space with all three bandhas engaged.
उत्तानौ चरणौ विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितौ योगिरात्
Next up is Padmasana 4. Now place your hands on the knees, gaze to your nose, and visualize Paramashiva in your inner space.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायुप्रसिद्धये शुभासनं सदा ध्यायेत् पूरयित्वा पुनः पुनः
Next up is Karmukasana 2. Now place your hand, one hand on the respective knee and hold the other hand around the respective big toe in Prana Mudra as you visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow. In Karmukasana 2, move the big toe round and round and then hold on to the opposite big toe.
कार्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखम्
Next up is Karmukasana 3. Sitting in Padmasana, cross your hands behind your back. Hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow, gaze to your nose and engage all the bandhas.
अथान्यासनमावक्ष्य जोगपूरकरक्षणात्
Next up is Dridhasana. As you maintain the same posture, lift your chest and gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize that you are the action of Paramashiva's third eye, destroying anything you come across.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः दक्षिणं सव्यदेशे च सव्यं दक्षिणदेशके
Next up is Nagarasana. From the same posture, now roll onto your back. Keep your arms crossed behind. Hold on to the big toes if you can. As you gaze to your nose, visualize yourself as a snake and breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
प्रथम पद्मासन कोठाने दो हाथ पाछाने आने
Next up is Kandukasana. Now free your arms and legs. Pull your knees up against your chest and circle them with your hands as you bring your chin to the knees and squeeze your body into a ball.
वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य ऊर्ध्वं नयेत्
Next up is Urdhva Pavanasana. Place your feet flat on the ground, raise your knees, and interlock your fingers around your neck. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji and breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
प्रथमे सूधो सैन करावे घोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे
Next up is Marakata Pitasana. As you lay on your back, place your hands underneath your heels with the palms facing up. Push your hips up as you Breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka, engage Jalandhara and Mula Bandha, and visualize yourself as a powerful alpha egg.
प्रथमे दूधो सैन करावे घोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे.
Now bring your hands to the hips and lift your hips up high. Support your lower back with your hands, elbows on the ground, bearing the weight of your body as you extend your legs, point the toes, gaze to your nose, and visualize Swamiji in Uttana Shikipitaka.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम् अप्रमत्तः प्रकुर्वीत भुक्तेः प्राग्विजितेन्द्रियः.
Next up is Narakasana. Now raise your legs up straight. Keep your arms flat on the mat for support. As you point your toes up, visualize yourself blissfully traversing through Naraka Loka unscathed in Narakasana.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ पादाग्रद्वयमूर्धमुन्नयेत्.
Now place your hands at your lower back for support. Press your elbows on the ground and lower your legs down. Engage your core intensely as you visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiryanokasana.
नौकावत् स्थित्वात् ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत्.
Now raise your legs back up. Place your arms flat. Be stable and sturdy like a flagpole as you visualize yourself as the KAILASA flag, respected across all nations in Vajrasana.
प्रियन्नौकावते ग्रीवापृष्ठगोर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now lower your legs down. Lay flat on your back. Keep your hands at the side of your hips, palms facing up. Stop any movements externally or internally. In the final asana of this sequence, Mritasana, perform the Shakti Chalam Mudra. Pull the Kundalini Shakti intensely upwards from the Muladhara all the way to the Brahmarandha, the crown of your head. Move the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine. Relax. Visualize your body is dead. And Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you as you internally chant the Mahavakyam, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तोषवासनं शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Now, slowly, very slowly, please come to a seated position. And now, as you slowly bring awareness to your body, bend your knees and wrap them. Rocking from side to side, slowly come to a seated position. We have beautifully completed the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, the 308 asana sequence. Now, the next beautiful session we have is the power manifestation session. Right after this intense yoga session, so let's get ready to manifest the power of third eye reading, blindfold reading. And with this, we'll come to the end of this yoga session by chanting the Purna Mantra. Now bring your hands together, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let's complete the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padakaarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you all. Nithyanandam.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, and welcome back to the beautiful Paramashivoham session, where we'll be performing today the power of third eye reading. Now, let's take a minute to get ourselves ready for this beautiful power manifestation session. Bring your eye bands, your pen and paper, or in whichever device you're going to be typing down the revelations that you get from Swamiji. Let's take a minute to get this, and as you bring it, let me share a beautiful cognition with all of you. Now, we perform this beautiful yoga session, and in this session, throughout the whole sequence, we intensely had so many different visualizations. The power of visualization that we get when we manifest the power of third eye, when we manifest the yoga every day, when we perform the yoga every day, that is a beautiful power that is building in us every day. As we manifest the visualizations, we keep holding these 308 different visualizations throughout the sequence. We start to intensely build that power of conscious visualization. And what is this power of conscious visualization? It's the power that we get that when you visualize anything, you will manifest that in your life. That is the power of visualization. With a little bit integrity to Swamiji, with a little bit love for Swamiji, and with this everyday yoga, this power will become a stepping stone in your life to manifest the ultimate self of you, Paramashiva. Now, with this said, let's now enter into the Shastra Pramana, understanding the source scriptures. These beautiful scriptures that have been given to us generation after generation, guru after guru, and come down preserved by Sanatana Hindu Dharma, by all of these masters. These great scriptures that were revealed by Paramashiva give us the techniques to raise our consciousness to the next level, become superhumans, become Paramashiva. Now in this Shastra Pramana that we have, which is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, we will be seeing how Paramashiva shares with us the technique to manifest the power of third eye reading. Now first, to remember that beautiful mantra, I'll be chanting it for all of you, and then I'll share the translation and the powerful cognition that we can understand from this translation. Kapalantarmanonyasa tishthanmilitalochanaha kramena manaso datyat lakshayet lakshyamuttamam. Paramashiva beautifully in this verse shares with us in the translation the technique to manifest the power of third eye reading. He says, fix your mind in the inner space within the crown center, which is the seat of the Guru. Paramashiva is telling us to bring our awareness to the crown center, and then he shares that we will enter into a space of unclutching when that happens. With the body completely stable and the mind completely stable, we enter into that unclutching space. And then what happens? We have the divine sight beyond the sight. We have the sight beyond the eyes, where we can see everything, any object or place without the eyes, because we are in that oneness with Paramashiva, with Swamiji. So now, with this Shastra Pramana and this technique, we will be entering into the first round of the manifestation. So let's all get ready now. Taking a minute. Close your eyes. Take your eye bands and tie your eyes in a comfortable way, not letting light enter into your eyes. It's very important to stop the circuit that the eyes are using when we manifest the third eye at this beginner's level. Later, we will be able to do both simultaneously. But at this beginner's level, it is important that we make sure that our eyes are closed, giving us a dark feeling, because that stops the neural path, the path that the brain usually takes to process all the imagery, all the little bit light that even touches the eyes. So when we stop that, we will get into a more restful state, giving us more focus into the third eye circuit, into the power of the third eye, using the third eye to see. So I hope all the participants are ready. I can see most of you have closed your eyes. And with this, we'll now enter into the technique to start seeing the third eye, through the third eye. Keeping your eyes closed, start visualizing Swamiji. Visualize a beautiful moment with him where you had any experience, whether it's physical or online. Take that moment now to first bring that visualization, allowing that space of love to flow through you. And then start chanting the Mahavakya. As you chant the Mahavakya, tell Swamiji, who you're visualizing, that Swamiji, please show me the answer that is being shown. Please show me the image that is being shown. And you will see beautifully it being revealed. Don't block yourself to see only the picture. Whether you hear some noise, or you feel something, you smell something, any of the senses that give you this revelation, that is perfectly fine. And even try turning your head, because sometimes from different parts of the third eye you will start seeing, if not just straight. So with this, I'm going to be projecting the image now. Start seeing the image. Please begin.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes. Come back to your body. Slowly, as you open your eyes, now take your notebook or your device where you're typing and write down everything that you heard, you saw, you felt, you smelled, everything that was revealed to you in these few moments that you got to connect with Paramashiva, start writing them down now and start seeing what Paramashiva has revealed to you and write them down now. And as we write down, I would like to share another powerful understanding with all of you. So this power of third eye is not just to see something blindfolded. It's a beautiful opportunity that Swamiji is giving all of you to be able to manifest your intuition. So when in any situation you have questions like you don't know what to do, at that time close your eyes and ask your third eye, ask Paramashiva, ask Swamiji, what should I do in this situation? Whether it's to take a right or left turn in the road, or it is to take a very important decision. Take that one moment to quickly just connect and see the answer. As you do this more and more, you will build your intuition. And this is why Swamiji is giving us this opportunity every day to manifest powers after each session, making us build that power of intuition, power of will, that will give us the confidence that we are Paramashiva. So now, I hope all the participants have written down everything that was revealed to you. And now let's reveal the answer to all of you. What was projected? So it's a beautiful picture of Bhagavan Venkateshwara in the lying down pose, where he's lying down on the beautiful snake bed with Sri Devi, Lakshmi, pressing his feet. If you saw any person, if you saw Swamiji, that's beautiful. If you saw blue color, golden, green, pink, red, white, any of these colors, beautifully celebrate that you have started manifesting the power of Paramashiva. And now with this, let's move on to the next session. Next round of the power manifestation. Again, we'll be seeing another picture this time, and let's all get ready. Close your eyes once again. As you close your eyes, make sure it's comfortable, not too tight, not too loose. And start again visualizing that beautiful moment you had with Swamiji. As you visualize that beautiful moment you had, see that beautiful love and gratitude overflowing in your system. Because these emotions, this experience emotions which raise our consciousness, the space of gratitude is very important, because gratitude is an emotion, is a feeling connection with Swamiji. That feeling connection with him is the one which is going to allow us to download, like how we connect to the Wi-Fi. So intensely feel that feeling connection overflowing in your system. And as you feel that beautiful space, start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Keeping the Mahavakya intense but not loud. From your navel center, request Paramashiva to reveal to you the image that is being projected. Now I'm projecting the image to all of you.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om.
Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes. Slowly let your eyes adjust to the light again and come back to the body. Bring your awareness again. And let's now move into the next step, writing down all the revelations that we got from Paramashiva. As you write down, make sure you don't put any filters of self-doubt or self-denial, self-hatred, doubting whether you should write this or write that. Everything that you heard, don't feel that you're guessing, because there's nothing called a guess. Every time that we get visualization or a thought, like any sound that we hear or any feeling that we have during this power manifestation, is Paramashiva revealing to you. So don't feel that, oh, it might be this, it might be that, should I write this, should I write that? Write down comfortably everything that Paramashiva revealed. And the last thing I would like to share in this power manifestation session is that today we are going to be getting the darshan of Swamiji. So throughout the darshan, make sure that you hold and continue to manifest the power of any power that you like. And with this, we'll now be moving to the last step, which is sharing on social media your answer. Now we have projected to you the image that you are seeing. So this is a jet with a beautiful sun in the background. There's a sky and there's this beautiful white jet that is there. So any of these colors that you've seen beautifully, you can have it and circle it in wherever you're writing, whether it's in your notebook or in your device. Circle whatever the colors that you see are matching. And with this, let's now share on social media. Share on social media. Share on social media now. Share on social media now everything that you saw. That is a beautiful place for you to keep telling yourself and the world powerfully that you have manifested Paramashiva. So now, as we move into the next session, let's take a few minutes to share on social media. And with this, we come to the end of this beautiful power manifestation session. I'd like to thank all the participants for your beautiful participation. And now, let's enter into the next session. With this, I'd like to leave you here. Thank you. Nithyanandam.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, Nithyananda. We welcome all the participants to another powerful day of Paramashivoham Level 2. We completed the Dvitiya Yoga and also had a very powerful power manifestation session. Today, we are going to work on our fears, especially the fear of death. Let us enter into this very powerful topic that can overcome many of the root fears that we experience in life, as our death and also the death of our identity that we are experiencing is one of the deepest fears that is there and is the root for many other fears that are building on top of that. So with this, let us now open this session with the Satguru Vandanam. Sit straight with your neck and spine in a straight line. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we chant Satguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Vandvatitam Gagana Sarusham Tatvamasyadi Laksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Yes, I welcome you all once more. Let us enter into the first session of the day, where we are going to cover the 7 types of death and receive the Akashic readings on death. Let us straight enter into the divine revelations. The reading from the Akashic records, as Swamiji is in the power of Kala Bhairava, channeling all the secrets on death. Let us now listen what was revealed from the cosmic archives.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. Let us now enter into the revelations from the cosmic archives.
Paramashivoham
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today, Kal Bhairava will do the Akashic readings on the subject death. Death is liberation and celebration. It is a natural conscious digestion process, gift given to every individual soul tormented by the ignorance that they are separated from the whole, constantly reminding them anything which separates them, including the concepts, is impermanent. Anything which see which makes them feel as departed part of the whole, is impermanent. To make every individual soul understand that the concept of your individuality is imagination and impermanent, death is given as a natural boon to the whole universe. Here, Mahadeva reads out the signs of death for the seekers and for the people who want to cross the death. Death is of 7 types experienced by human beings. First, the man who feels he is nothing more than a body. He experiences oblivion as death. He feels end of his identity is death. End of his individual existence is death, which is obviously false. Illusion, delusion, which brings tremendous suffering, and the suffering constantly tortures him and does not let him live even while he is having the body. Next, the person who is completely centered on desires. He has a greed and cannot understand the possibility for a breakthrough. So he continuously extends his greed even after he leaves the body. All the concepts exist in all half-baked philosophies and religious concepts. The concepts of heaven, an extended life where the desires are fulfilled, where the continuum of the desires exist, is extended delusion of desire-based individual identity setup. This is neither completely false nor permanent existence, based on the ability to project their desires into the existential space. They create their own heaven. As long as they are disillusioned, they continue to project their heaven and live. When they are disillusioned by their own projection, then they get back to their original source and decide the next course of their action based on the imaginations and delusions they retained after the disillusionment. Every disillusionment boils down the extended imaginations to the root delusion. If the root delusions themselves are boiled, burnt away, the imagination completely goes away. You are liberated from the imagination. If the root delusions are not burnt or boiled, you project your root delusions into different levels of imagination. Usually, the desire imagination expansion, when it is disillusioned, boils down to the root imagination. It projects again itself in the next root of guilt. The expansion, the imaginary projection of the guilt is only considered as the lower levels of hell. Again, neither the hell is completely truth, nor the heaven is a completely truth. And same way, neither of them is complete false, nor of them is complete reality. Please understand this great truth Mahadeva repeats for every one of you to grasp insight. The reality you are facing now, what you call as Bhuloga, the very less intense projection of your delusion is Bhuloga, and little higher projection of your extended greed is Swargaloga, the heaven, and guilt is little higher projection of your deluded, disturbed mental setup, patterns of root greed in different direction. The guilt is lower level hells, where you repent for your sins. Sin is nothing but retaining the root patterns of desire even after you are disillusioned by the projections of those same roots. When the fruits and the crops disillusion you, still you hang on, expecting the different root or crops to come out of the same seed, is guilt. Guilt projects into the next level of hell, which is again neither truth nor false. It is again your ability and the intensity to project decides the quality and quantity of the time you need to spend in the hell. Once you are disillusioned, even your sufferings are not real. You enter into the root pattern which goes to the deeper root than the ordinary experience of hell. The deeper root is pain. The ultimate hells you experience. In this space, again, your death decides the quality and the quantity of the sufferings you are continuously going to experience. Understand? Every levels of death teaches you the great lessons if you are ready to hear. Every life, every year, practically every day, every one of you go through all the 7 deaths. The 4th death, death from the pain. Even the pain is also a projected delusion from the root pattern. It does not exist and it cannot coexist with the existence of the cosmic soul, as the cosmic soul's presence is felt every day by your individual soul in the deep sleep and the restful awareness. The pain pattern also faces the death. When the pain patterns faces the death, the experience the individual soul goes through is depression. Depression is not even the existence of pain. When you don't even project your pain, when you are not even capable of projecting your pain on the reality, the comparative reality, the constant torture you do to yourself with the seed is depression. Seed which cannot grow but continues to exist as a living seed is depression. The death from the depression is the 6th death called dark night of the soul. every soul goes through this dark night during the sleep in the form of a unrememberable nightmare every day. Morning, when you come out of the nightmare and can't remember the scenes but only can experience the feeling of the nightmare, it is dark night of the soul. Dark night of the soul is the near-death experience for so many individuals. All the individuals who record the near-death experience as being pulled into the cave and pushed out with a tremendous pain is near-death experience, which is nothing but the dark night of the soul in the long term. When the dark night of the soul happens every night, it is called nightmare. When the nightmare happens once in a life, it is called near-death experience. Understand the great truths of the death. Even by listening to these great truths again and again and again, you are liberated from these great truths. These great truths should be heard by the children before they are spoiled and wronged by the human society with immature ideas. These words should be repeated as mantras. So whenever you repeat a word again and again and again, not only the linguistic understanding happens, this forms the phonetic basis of your very thinking. When the great truths forms a phonetic basis for your thinking, it is called living enlightenment. So the seventh death, the seventh form of the death, which is beyond the dark night of the soul, happens as nibbana, nirvana, extinction of the individual deluded identity. The extinction of the individual deluded identity is the ultimate death, which is liberation and celebration. What you feel as your identity is your identity centered on the body, then oblivion is the obvious truth about your death. If your individual identity is centered on desire, guilt, pain, resurrection is the obvious truth about your death. If your individual identity is capable of going through the depression and dark night of the soul, reincarnation is the truth about your death. If your individual identity is prepared while in the body itself to go through even the depression and the dark night of the soul, unable to exist without the help of the body and mind, enlightenment, liberation and celebration is the truth of your death. So the death has 4 different meanings to the 4 different levels of people. If you remember yourself constantly as the body, oblivion is the reality for you. If you remember yourself as the extended desire, inexhaustible guilt, unbearable pain, resurrection will be your expected truth about death. If you are able to enter into the depression and the dark night of the soul, reincarnation is the possibility of your soul about death. If you can stand all these experiences while you are carrying the physical body, unable to stand the ability to be without the physical body and mind through the unclutching, enlightenment is the equal word for your death. Enlightenment, when it enters into your system in the form of death, it is liberation and celebration. So death does not happen to all individuals equally. It is based on the standard of the individual. Death happens. Whether oblivion is your truth, resurrection is your truth, or reincarnation is your truth, or enlightenment is your truth, is your decision. It is the individual capability and individual's responsibility. When the quality of life increases day by day, the quality of death also increases. A man who feels connected to the truth of oblivion, naturally, obviously centered just on body, will not have completion, the complete feeling of life. The people who are in the middle level feel connected to the resurrection truth, the resurrection concept. That is why the mass feels very comfortable with the concept of resurrection. Very evolved individual, very few individuals feel the truth of reality of reincarnation. It is only very few enter into the experience of enlightenment. There are 27 more files on death to be revealed and read out by Kalabhairava. So for next 27 days, Kalabhairava will read out the sacred secrets of death and informations world need to know about death. And Kalabhairava will now answer and respond
So beta, then you do
to
what you
every
feel like. I mean,
question
I'm not responsible for you and your
related to
can,
sacred
continue
secrets
to do
of
whatever
life.
you want. Whatever, as a parent,
So
if I
be
could
very clear.
tell you this is
The words of
not right.
Mahadeva,
What he's doing is not
which is
correct.
coming out
What he did is not correct.
now,
What you
not only
do
as
is not.
linguistic
अरे बेटा
value,
justification नहीं है करना.
philosophical
How long?
value, conceptual value, truths based on which your cognizance should be function. It has phonetic value also, should be repeated like a Vedic mantras, chanted repeatedly, so that constantly your cognizance is centered on these great words, truths, and constantly your mind is based on these great words. Next.
The first question is from Jayalakshmi Bernard from Washington DC. Nithyanandam, another birth question for Akashic reading. It seems like with the Samyamas, we are here to transcend the body. Don't eat or drink, don't sleep, don't think about sex, don't be bothered about heat, cold, pleasant or unpleasant, etc. Why take a body if we are here to transcend it? Thank you.
Transcending is step for liberation. You took the body out of ignorance and delusion. Now the samyama is the step to get out of, to go beyond the depression and delusion. So understand, samyama is like medication. It is the solution for the problem which you created by feeling that you have the body. You are asking a wrong question. Why to have disease at all when we can take medicine and get out of the disease? There is no answer if you ask why to have disease first, then have medicine and get out of the disease. Because you already fell into the disease, medication is given to you. Because you already fell into the delusion of having a body, the samyama is given to you as medication.
The next question is from Diana Bello from Las Vegas, USA. Nithyanandam Swamiji, I have seen thousands of babies come into the world as it was my job in the labor and delivery room. Each baby comes into the world in a different way, some so sweet and peaceful and some so unpeaceful and stressful. I often wondered how their entrance into the world affects the rest of their lives, what they become in life and how they react in life. Birth is the most beautiful miracle of life. Is the birth process going to change in the future, more peaceful? Are the attitudes of doctors going to change towards more peaceful birth? Deepest gratitude.
Time, place, way, mood, awareness of your birth directly affects the way you are going to live. So, the future humanity should become conscious for the truth. Birth is the greatest miracle, and possibly the conscious birth centers, the welcoming, mood-filled welcome centers for the human beings should be established. It is unfortunate human beings never understood the importance of the first moment of a being landing on the planet Earth. Let conscious beings receive the beings consciously into the planet Earth. This is the command of Mahadeva. Mahadeva blesses all the people who are having Nayana Diksha now to be healed from all the wounds and sufferings you carry from the moment of the birth. All the wounds and the sufferings, deep patterns you are carrying due to the wrong birthing style, time, place, persons, way, let all that be completely healed in all of you. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Let your Manipurakas be healed completely. Let the healed Manipuraka be filled with a pure Kundalini energy.
The next question is from Nitin Geetam. Hari Om Swamiji, how to live a deathless life in this birth? Is it possible? Where is the soul residing in our body? What will be our next birth?
Soul does not reside in your body, it only reflects on your body. The place you choose for your soul to reflect decides the level of awareness in which you are going to be living. If you choose Mooladhara as the place for your soul to reflect, you will be centered only on body and the lust and reproduction. You will not find anything else as bigger experience. Human beings choose usually Mooladhara and Swadhisthana as regular place of reflection. Very few peace lovers make Manipuraga as the reflection spot. When you choose Anahata as a reflection spot, you become a devotee. When you feel and decide Vishuddhi as a reflection spot of the cosmic soul into your individual body, you become Shakta, an high achiever with a Shakti. When you choose your Agnya as a reflective place, the place of reflection for your soul, you live with extraordinary powers as a Siddha Purusha, the embodiment of Shiva. When you reflect your cosmic soul into your individual body on Sahasrara, you live as incarnation, embodiment of the cosmic soul, Mahadeva himself. Mahadeva resides and expresses unique, pure, spiritual dimension in your body. So the body is not possessing the soul, soul only reflects on the body. When it decides not to reflect anymore, the body is considered as dead. When Sahasrara becomes the place of reflection, suddenly a new center develops in your system which is responsible for the Sahasrara to relate, cooperate, coordinate with the lower level of existence also. That new center is Anandagandha. So, when you experience the reflection on Anandagandha, you directly receive the incarnation's energy, radiate the incarnation's energy, you became part of the incarnation. As you asked in the question, is the life without death is possible? Is the deathless life is possible? Mahadeva very clearly tells you all it is possible. He gives you the signs, which is most sacred secret, 7 instructions. Do not eat anything other than these 3 items: goat milk, groundnut, aritaki, and continuously be doing ajapa japa. Let your breathing be completely guided by the ajapa japa. You can choose any mantra initiated by your enlightened Guru. Ajapa japa, this 3 food, and constantly unclutching. Every night getting into the death meditation, death process. Visualize, face all the death. Do not allow any samskara uncompleted. Death process is nothing but completion of all the samskaras. When you do death process every night, completion of all the samskaras happen. Understand, every instruction, when they are imbibed and practice deathless life, is possible. The first instruction: do not eat anything else other than these three: goat milk, groundnut, haritaki. Second, do ajapa japa. Let your breathing be guided continuously by ajapa japa. Third, every night complete all the samskaras and patterns you built by entering into the death process. Fourth, continuously, whenever you remember, unclutch, unclutch, unclutch. Reduce the time of unawareness and restlessness. Practice the presence of restful awareness. Next, remember these great truths about life and let all the cognizance about life be taken based on this one understanding about life and death. The life and death are not two different things. It is just continuous process happening in you as a natural force. Ultimately and finally, remember the realization: this body is not away, apart from your cosmic soul. It is also an inclusive part of your eternally existing cosmic soul. These 7 truths can directly make you live deathless life. Deathless life is possible.
The next question is from Tyagarajan. Nithyananda, what should one do to be born in a spiritually conducive atmosphere?
It is in your hands. This moment you can make your life in such a way, rearrange and reorganize your life can be in a place which is spiritually conducive. When you can do, why are you expecting some remote roundabout methods to do it? After some time, the question you are asking is nothing but the outcome of postponing lazy mentality.
The next question is from Joyce. How many lives on an average do humans need to experience before they are completely liberated from all physical suffering?
There is no number. It depends on the intensity of the individual.
The next question is from Ma Manorama from Vancouver. Nithyanandam Swamiji, beloved Master, how does the whole in vitro fertilization affect the resulting being after birth? Since the conception will happen in a petri dish, will this affect the future person's connection to the infinite or the cosmos? Thank you.
No, this does not affect any way the possibility of the individual's infinite connection. This process was being followed for ages in the Vedic civilization. The Kauravas have been given birth only through this process. So, this process no way affects the individual's possibility to achieve enlightenment.
The next question is from Ma Aruna. Nithyanandam, dear Swamiji, kindly throw light on the concept of birth, death, and rebirth of souls till they attain liberation. I am thoroughly confused about this imperceivable game of the Lord, His patience, His monitoring system of each soul's progress till the attainment of the highest in as many janmas it takes, and is the number of janmas one soul takes predetermined?
There is no individual Lord monitoring. Each independent intelligence has innate tendency and the inspiration to grow from life to death, death to life, life to death, death to life, till it is completely disillusioned with the original delusion. It is separate from the whole. When the disillusionment, it is separate from the whole, itself has disappeared. When the individual soul is disillusioned from this very word, it gets back to its restful awareness. It is not the game played by somebody else and you are pushed into it to play. It is you are playing with yourself, by your individual will. Any moment you can just realize you are the center person of this game, you are the judge of this game, you are the umpire of this game, and get out of the game. Nobody is playing it. You are the umpire, you are the player, you are the audience, you are everything. Wake up to this reality and get out of this game. If you want, continue to play this game if you want, in the form of incarnation. The person who got out is Videha Mukta. Person who is continuing to play with the clear intelligence, he himself is enjoying himself, is living enlightened. Person who enters into others' game also and makes others realize they are playing the game and they are the embodiment of everything. They are the audience, umpire, player, and everything is incarnation.
The next question is from Rukmani from.
Yes, with these revelations from the Akashic records, let us now continue and dive into the 7 types of death. Now, let us enter into an internalization exercise. Please ensure you have a pen and a paper ready and pen down your understandings of the 7 types of death that was revealed in this Akashic reading. Just pen down everything that you cognized during this Akashic reading. Also, pen down 10 powerful cognitions you manifested in this session. Finally, once you are done verbalizing what was revealed in this session, share your powerful cognitions in the social media. You can share on Facebook, Instagram, wherever you have your social media account. Just type down one of the powerful cognitions that you received in this session on death. Thank you so much. Let us take a few minutes for this exercise.
bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes, with this, we come to the conclusion of this session. If you would like to share your powerful conditions here in the Zoom chat as well, feel free. So we can have a round of Vaka to set us exchange of the powerful cognitions, raising each other to the highest understandings. With this, let us move on to the next segment, which is going to be a power manifestation session. Let us get ready. Now that we manifested the powerful cognitions, let us manifest the power of length dimension. Understand, length is all information, basically, all logic, everything that can be grasped through logic is part of the length dimension. Manifesting length through the third eye means receiving access to any logic in existence without any learning or time that is required or brain capacity, calculating or understanding. Anything like this is not required. If you manifest the power of length, you will be able to just know it is that simple. See, when you manifest the power of blindfold reading, even though your eyes are closed, even though you don't receive the input, the visual input through your eyes, you are able to see. When you manifest the power of length, even though you might not have the understanding of the subject, you are able to receive the information, the reply. For example, there is a mathematical equation. By requesting to receive the answer to the equation, you can just answer it without even cognizing what are the individual parts of the equation. So let us first enter into the Shastra Pramana, the scripture reference for manifesting the powers of third eye. It is important to refer to the Shastra Pramana since we want to give the legitimacy to the science of power manifestation. Understand, this is not something new. It has been here for thousands of years in the Vedic civilization. Understand that this is a science that has been practiced by the Vedic rishis for more than thousands of years. The scripture reference goes as follows. Kapalantarmanonyasya Tishtan militalochanaha Kramena manaso dartyat Lakshaye lakshyamuttamam. By fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshyan, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. There's another reference, which is Akka Pramana. Akka Pramana is the references by the Vedic rishis, the great enlightened beings. In this case, it is Pramana from Mahavishnu himself, as he foresees the manifestation of Kartikeya, Murugan, from the third eye of Paramashiva. With his own third eye, he receives the information, Yena viryam tadhe bhumau tadkarishyata nishchitam tatra viryo cha bhavita skandanama prabho sutaha. Sri Vishnu said, by the method of emitting of the light-filled energy Viryam of the divine third eye of Paramashiva onto the ground will certainly be from that life-filled energy the son of Paramashiva named Skanda be born. This is from the first chapter, the Kumarakanda, from the Rudra Samhita of the Shiva Mahapurana, which is part of 18 Mahapuranas. The next reference is from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which is Atma Pramana, literally the Pramana from the enlightened beings. In his own words, on the Purnami day, Vishaka Nakshatra, Subhamanya's enlightenment day, at the feet of the Arunachala hill, at the foothills, there is a place called Kumaran Kundlam, coral hillock on a rock, where Devi became enlightened. I was doing self-inquiry without even my knowledge. Who am I? Who is having the pain experience? Who is the guy who is suffering? Who is having the pain? Around sunset and moonrise, means after 4:30 before 6, it was a sudden click. It was not a step-by-step experience. Suddenly, something opened up in me. I was actually with closed eyes. Means now I know who is the experience. Life, alive, being present in everything, experiencing. I could see literally all the sides, 360 degrees this side and 360 degrees this side. Not only I was able to see one side, the temple, the hill, the other side, main temple, every plant, stone, the sky above me. I was able to see the whole at a time simultaneously without turning my head or opening my eyes. This is the enlightenment experience from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where he experiences the 360-degree vision. Here you can see the Supreme Pontiff sitting on the mentioned stone.
I bless you all.
Yes, let us now get ready to manifest the powers of third eye. Let us enter into the first round of manifesting the third eye powers. We are starting with blindfold reading. So make sure you get an eye band, any opaque cloth which completely prevents you from seeing is fine. You can just take a towel or anything that will completely cover your eyes. Make sure you tie your eyes authentically. No light should fall into your eyes. And sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Let us take a few moments to gather whatever is required, and then start this round of the power manifestation. Please everyone settle down, tie your eyelids, and come to a state of restful awareness on your third eye. Visualize that you are sitting as Swamiji himself. Drop whatever identity you are carrying internally. Cognize that you are Paramashiva. Again and again, chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. With this powerful cognition that you are Paramashiva, or with any of the powerful cognitions you noted down in the previous process, let us now sit straight with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Keep chanting the Mahavakya and manifest the power of blindfold reading. In a few moments, I'm going to project a picture on screen. Please make sure your eyes are tied now. We are going to enter into this process in just a few seconds. Connect to Swamiji in your inner space. Keep chanting the Mahavakya. And let us now see what is being revealed to the third eye.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda.
With this, you can slowly remove your eyebands and start penning down all the things that were revealed in your third eye. After that, take a few moments and share whatever you have penned down here in the Zoom chat. If you are joining from Zoom, if you join through YouTube or Facebook, you can send it in the comment section below. Let us now share our experience. Whatever was revealed to the third eye, don't judge, just pen it down and then share it so we can verify your manifestation. Let's take a few minutes.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om.
Yes. Many participants have shared the revelations from the third eye. Let us read out what was revealed. Samantha Dandreya shared a row of pointy green trees, Swamiji, red, purple, yellow colors, and square shapes. Ma Nitya Guru Prasadini saw Swamiji, orange cloth, green plant. Then she saw a very beautiful sky with pink, orange, yellow colors like sunset, and a phoenix flying in the sky. Wow, very vivid. Jenny has seen nature, trees, flowers, bee, butterfly, brown, gray, red, violet. And Jessica Martin got a color like stucco or clay. It looked like we were in a walkway in a community, and these were colors of the structures. There was a plant. There were people on the right who were in a disagreement or debate. Swamiji seemed to be sharing how beautiful people, places, and life were in the context of happiness and creating your own reality. Broken free from this, people followed him, and they were all listening to him, and peace was coming over the community. Wow, very detailed revelation. Thank you for sharing this, Mom. And Sri Nitya Guru Prasadini saw tree branch and leaf shapes, light blue, white, yellow, orange, and green colors. Okay, let us now reveal what was the picture that was projected. As you can see, it is a picture of Swamiji
Let you all open all
sitting
your
on a
eyes.
tiger cloth, on a simhasana,
Manifest
leaning
powers
onto a
of
table.
Mahasrashika.
And in the background, you can see a picture of Swamiji from the year 1989, where he is sitting on another tiger cloth. A picture taken by his guru, Narupati Yogi, or together with him at least. Many of the colors that were mentioned by the participants in the chat are in this picture. Or Swamiji, definitely correct. Swamiji is even twice in this picture. The place where the second picture is taken out in the background, there are actually trees are present and he's sitting on a stone. So many of you have seen stone, clay colors, flowers, leaves, trees. All these things are definitely present, even though it is just barely visible in the corner, it is present in the picture. So you definitely manifested this power successfully. Keep manifesting in the power manifestation sessions, and the revelations are going to be getting much more precise. Thank you all so much for your sincere participation in this session. As we are now going to move on to the next Jnana segment, where we are receiving the powerful conditions from Swamiji. Thank you so much for joining and participating in this power manifestation session. Let us now enter into completion with fear, a very, very intense and powerful topic, which can lead us to the breakthrough in our very life. Completion with fear. What is fear? Fear is a deeper dimension of worry. Fear leads to anger. Fear is the passive form of the energy, while anger is the active expression. That is why it cannot be destroyed. Fear is the fight between the faith in oneself versus the negative idea about the future. Self-fulfilling negative prophecy is fear. Fear is the fight between your potentiality and your negative approach of your future. Fear can happen only with what you can comprehend with your logic. For example, you are not afraid you are not going to become Bill Gates, but you are afraid you will not become like your brother. So whatever is known to us, or whatever we cognize, only those aspects, those ideas can create fear in us. Let us listen to the Supreme Pontiff as he reveals the deeper insights into fear, how to melt our fears and go beyond the Maya matrix.
Any powerlessness stops you radiating Sadashivoham is fear. It can be in the form of withdrawal, giving up, guilt, negative visualizations, negative expectations, negating the possibilities. It can be manifesting in any form. All powerlessness which stops you manifesting Sadashivoham is fear. It can have multiple expressions. One, negating life. Second, negative visualizations. If somebody says good is going to happen to you, the way you perceive and the fastness with which you visualize that. And if somebody says something is wrong is going to happen to you, and the way you perceive and the way you visualize that. If some wrong is predicted, you work 10,000 times and overwork, do extra time and visualize that and taste that. That is the worst thing. Nicely sit and chew like a sugar can. If somebody says some good is going to happen, say, okay, let's see when it comes. When somebody says some bad is going to happen, you are ready. You are already ready to receive it. If it does not come, you will feel cheated, so let me create it. See, after preparing so much, if it doesn't come, what to do? You will feel cheated. So you don't want to feel cheated. So you yourself manifest it. The negative visualization, guilt, hatred towards yourself and others, hatred towards certain system, anger of your inability, all these are fear only, understand. All these are various fruit, flower, stem of fear. But fear is the root on which all this grows. It can be about your identity, it can be about your wealth, it can be about your name and fame, it can be about your health, it can be about your mental health, it can be about anything. Ultimately, it can be just unknown. You don't know, you are afraid, but you don't know why. And the worst thing, last thing is fear of fears. Fear that you will get into fear. You know you are afraid of snake, but you cannot avoid clicking on the Facebook video comes a snake swallowing an elephant or a snake swallowing a lion. You know you are afraid of snake. Even if you see that video 2 days, you will be seeing that in your dream. You will be having nightmare. But you can't miss clicking that. You will not even click in the center. You will only press the side, because even the snake's mouth you don't want to touch on the screen. How many? Tell me honestly. Raise the hand. If there is a snake on the screen, even the screen they won't touch. But they will not miss the video. So much of desire to eat fear. Same way. The video of tiger killing the boy in the zoo, in Delhi Zoo, how it became viral. And ghost. You know, if you see that movie or that video, next 2-3 days you will be constantly looking here and there. Your bathroom screen cannot move. Your window shade cannot move. But you don't want to miss the ghost movie. Desire to swallow fear. Desire to swallow powerlessness. That is what I call chewing like a sugar can. How the village boys chew the sugar can, like that, chewing the fear. Everything in your inner space which does not allow you to manifest Sadashivoham is fear. It is like a undigested material in your biomemory. Undigested material in your biomemory. In your muscles, if something is not digested, becomes part of your muscles, it will become cancerous. In your muscle memory, if something is not digested and stays back, it becomes fear. It becomes fear. So understand, reduction of bad cholesterol in your body and your health are directly proportionate to each other. Reduction of fears in your system and your enlightenment is directly proportionate.
Yes. With this revelation, let's continue into the jnana process. How to go beyond fear. Whenever you make a commitment, which you are not sure you can keep, there is a part of you sitting inside you and making mockery of your words. This part is what is called fear. Go on committing to things which you think you cannot do, and go on raking the hangover you carry in your heart, which says that you cannot make it. That is the only way you will stretch beyond fear. Fear manifests whenever you are afraid of losing something which you have, and when you don't have the confidence to achieve something which you want to have. Fearlessness is not the absence of fear but it is the courage to handle the fear. Facing the fear is the way to overcome fear. With this, let us now enter into the internalization exercise. Let us do completion with our fear and overcome it once and for all. Yes, let's enter into this process. Step 1, recollect the earliest memories in your life and write down the incidents and the conversations you had about fear of losing your name, fear of losing your fame, and fear of losing your identity. For example, when your mom shouted at you and said, "You are a bad boy." Step 2, recollect the earliest memories in your life and write down the incidents and the conversations you had about fear of losing your physical health, fear of losing your mental health, and or fear of accidents. For example, being afraid of falling down from a tree when climbing. Let us take a few minutes and pen down these early incidents when we experienced fear.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Yes, if you have any questions about the process, you can send them in the Zoom chat. We will swiftly reply to you. Please be sincere in this process. It is going to be very powerful. So write down all the incidents, the early incidents when you experience fear in your life.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasiva Shiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham.
Yes. Now let us move on to the next step of the exercise. I hope you all completed penning down the incidents from your past. In the next step, recollect the earliest memories of your life and write down the incidents and the conversations you had about the fear of losing your wealth and all your possessions. It can be even as small as a toy. Now, the next step is recollecting the earliest memories of your life and writing down the incidents and conversations you had about the fear of losing your loved ones or the fear of losing the love of your loved ones. For example, when your friend said, "I will never talk to you again if you don't do this." Let us look in and find the deepest patterns from our childhood.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda. Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om
Yes. With this, let us now move to the final 2 steps of this process. Step 5, recollect the earliest memories of your life and write down the incidents and the conversations you had about fear of the unknown. For example, ghosts, darkness, God, etc. Please note that this includes both your own direct experience of these fears and or your experience when you observe others going through these fears in their life. Also note, please write as if you are directly talking to Swamiji. You should write in a way that if you choose to share, you should be able to just directly read out from your book what you wrote. See, for the completion process, it is optimal that if you sit in front of a mirror and you read out whatever you wrote, it is like you are speaking to someone, you are telling them what you experienced. This way, you also enter into the perspective of the observer. So let us now get into this process, into the final step of the process.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your 3 eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes. I hope all of you completed this process. If you feel there's still more you want to pen down, feel free to continue. But with this, let us now move on to the power manifestation session. Let's enter into the next round. Manifest the power of length dimension. Before we have been manifesting the power of blindfold reading, let us now actually enter into length. What does it mean to manifest the power of length? Let us start by chanting the Shastra Pramana from the Shiva Sutra, the Sutra 119. Shakti Sandhane Sharirot Patihi. By aiming and fixing the self on Shakti, uniting in oneness with the supreme power, the embodiment of that which is cognized and willed manifests at once in its length, width, depth, and time and space dimension. See, ultimately, as we are chanting the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, we are declaring oneness with the ultimate source of energy. And Paramashiva Shakti is the union of Paramashiva and his creative force. As we are declaring our higher identity, the powers and possibilities which are connected with this identity also become available to us. Let us receive the Atma Pramana from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the experience from his own life, where he manifested this power. When the avatar was around 9 years of age, he had the darshan, divine vision, of a splendorous, sacred geometric form inside the Arunachaleshwara temple. He knew not what it was, but his inner space captured it completely. He ran home and started etching the form on a copper foil. Yes, Ma, I can also share the slides. He used his elder brother's compass from his geometric box. His guru, Mata Vibhutananda Puri, was stunned to see that he was actually etching the Shri Chakra, also called Shri Yantra, which is a universally two-dimensional representative form of the cosmos, especially in the worship of Devi, the universal cosmic mother. She asked him what he was drawing, and he replied he did not know, and that he had had a darshan of it. She was astonished and told him that even senior temple architects will not be able to reproduce the Shri Chakra without a reference drawing, whereas he was etching it just from the darshan that he had. She herself was a worshipper of the Shri Chakra for decades. She bowed down to him and formally initiated him into the science of Shri Vidya, worship of the mother, where the Shri Chakra is the central object of worship. You can see the copper foil And next to it, you can see actually a deity of Devi, which was carved by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as well, in another incident when he received the divine darshan of the Cosmic Mother herself. After that, he went and carved the Devi. This has been the deity he worshipped throughout his childhood. As Swamiji says, fundamentally, he's a Shakta. The Shakta tradition has led him to the highest experiences. It is like he says, Shiva is the state, but Devi holds the key. She decides who is manifesting him. So let us now manifest her Shakti in this power of length. Let us all now sit straight with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Chant the Mahavakya intensely as we are going to enter into the power manifestation of length. We are going to enter into a quick round. See, when we are manifesting the power of length, we want to avoid any kind of logic being applied. All the revelations are supposed to happen spontaneously, manifest in our inner space. We're not supposed to think and solve the equation or whatever is going to be projected. We want to manifest the power of just knowing, just receiving the information through the third eye. So let us sit and connect to Swamiji in our third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Connect to the space of oneness where both of you are one and the same. There is no difference. You are Paramashiva. Chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Reside in your Ananda Gandha, the space between your heart and your navel. Chant intensely from your navel as we are going to enter into the first round. Immediately, when the answer is revealed, send the message in the Zoom chat or write it down on a piece of paper. Let us enter into this process now. Which number comes next in the series 25, 24, 22, 19, 15? Is it A4, B8, C10, or D12, E14? Let's take 1 minute, and at the third I reveal the answer to this riddle.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest.
Again, do not try to apply your logic, just receive the answer in your third eye.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
With this, the minute is already over. Many people have submitted their answers. I see 12, 4, 10, 10, D, which is again 12. Let us now reveal what is the next number in the sequence. It is indeed 10. 2 people have replied correctly. You can applaud yourself. You manifested the power successfully. Let us now get ready as our next Acharya is already waiting to join. Come to the conclusion of this round of the power manifestation. Thank you all so much for your sincere participation. Let us all experience a breakthrough in fear and overcome the fear of death, specifically in this day of Paramashivoham Level 2. With this, thank you all so much. I'm going to conclude the session with a Purna Mantra. Sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. Close your eyes. Visualize Swamiji as we chant the Purna Mantra together. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tatsat. Sarvam Bhagavati Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you all, Nithyanandam. The next Acharya is going to start the next session very soon, so stay tuned. Maybe quickly grab a glass of water. Make sure to stay hydrated. Thank you all, Nithyanandam.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Yes. So let's get started with the Sadguru Vandanam. So let's join our hands. Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamacharam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Triguna-rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. So now we'll be entering into very interesting session, which is Kathopanishad. And this is my favorite. So without any delay, let's enter into Kathopanishad. Now, why learn the science of death? There are two states in our life, death and dying. Yes, death and dying. Where your perception of known ends, that is death. Where your perception continues to torture you, that is dying. So I hope the difference between the two words, death and dying, is clear. Now, there is so much of powerlessness based focus on death. But if you turn your attention on dying, the powerlessness will be removed from death. Yes, this is a very powerful cognition we need to internalize. Now, as we move further, while you are living, you should go through birth and death. Yes, you heard it right. While you are living, you should go through birth and death. Your biomemory should enjoy the transformation. Your muscle memory should enjoy the transformation. Only then you will taste enlightenment. You will taste Jivan Mukti. Now again, why learn the science of death? If we understand death is going to happen to us, automatically we will imbibe discipline in our life. Discipline happens to us when we realize death comes to everyone, and we realize that life is going to end. Let our discipline happen only out of understanding of death, not out of fear and greed. Now, let's get into the introduction to Kathopanishad. One of the most comprehensive Upanishad, the dialogue between death, which is Yama, and authenticity, which is Nachiketa. I hope many of you must have heard this story of Nachiketa and the Yama, the death. So let's enter into this story. This is a comprehensive dialogue between the death, the Yama, authenticity, and which is Nachiketa. As a master who transmits the highest knowledge and experience of going beyond death to reach Amritatva, the space of eternal life, where oneness with Brahman consciousness is achieved. Now, it is first and the foremost document about death, directly spoken by Yamadharma, to a Brahmin kid who is Nachiketa. Nachiketa is the one who conquered death. This Upanishad takes place in the abode of death, courageously traveled by Nachiketa, a young but wizened boy, a Dhrida. As a discipline to death, Nachiketa is an embodiment of Shraddha. Shraddha is a Sanskrit word which means authenticity, who asked death for three rare boons that signify the level of completion: completion with parents and completion with society. Yes. Yes, I'm going to share the slides now. So, completion with parent and society, completion with desires and sensual pleasures, and ultimately completion with death to realize the self. The yoga, merging of the individual soul and the cosmic soul into pure oneness, which is living Advaita. Now, Yama, as a guru, tests his disciple through thoroughly before he reveals the ultimate secrets of death, and then makes Nachiketa wake up to his real self, Uttishta Jagrata Prapya, to see the Purusha seated within inner space as well as all pervading in everything as absolute consciousness. So, Yama, being a guru, tests his disciple, Nachiketa. Now, we are entering into the story of Nachiketa. Vajashrava, who is the father of Nachiketa, desiring a gift from gods, started an offering to donate all his possession, which is called as Sarvadiksha. But Nachiketa, who is his son, noticed that Vajasrava, who is his father, was donating only cows that were old, barren, blind, or lame, not such as might buy the worship place in heaven. So basically, father was desiring a gift from gods, and he was donating cows who were not at all in good condition, and the gift should be the best of the best. So Nachiketa saw that and wanted the best for his father's rights. Asked, "I too am yours. To which God you will offer me?" After being pastured, thus his father, who is Vajasrara, answered in a anger. He says, "I give you to death." Means Yama, the god of death. Further, so Nachiketa actually went to Yama's home, death's home, but the god Yama was not there. He went out. So Nachiketa waited for 3 days without any food or any water. When the god of death, Yama, returned, he was sorry to see that the Brahmin guest has been waiting so long for 3 days without any food or water. Because, and in an Indian culture, in a culture of Bharat, the guests are believed to be equal to God, and causing trouble to God is a great sin. So Yama wanted to compensate for this mistake, told Nachiketa, "You have waited in my house for 3 days without hospitality. Therefore, ask 3 boons from me." So Nachiketa asked, first boon that he asked was, ask for peace for his father and for himself. Yama agreed and gave him this boon. The second boon that he asked was he wished to learn the sacred fire sacrifice, which Yama elaborately described him. Now, the third boon, when Nachiketa asked, he said, "I wanted to learn the mysteries of what comes after death." Yama on this question was reluctant on this question. He said that this had been a mystery even for the gods. He asked Nachiketa to ask for some other boons and offered many material gains. But Nachiketa replied that material things will last only till tomorrow. He who has encountered death personally, how can he desire wealth? No other boon would do. Yama said. Yama was secretly pleased with his disciple and elaborated on the nature of true self. With persistence, which persists beyond death. The key to the realization of this self is inseparable from Brahman, the Supreme Spirit, which is a vital force in the universe. Thus, having learned the wisdom from the Brahman, from Yama, who is the god of death, Nachiketa was freed from the cycle of birth and death. So this is the story of Nachiketa. Now we'll be entering into the Apta Pramana. Here's the story of King Yayati. Yayati lived for hundreds of years. In the Bhagavatam, the Hindu epic, says that when Yama, the god of death, came to Yayati at his appointed time of death, when the god of death Yama came to Yayati when his time was over, the king begged and to be allowed to him to live on. Then Yayati said that he has not lived enough and he needed more time. The god of death, Yama, relented and said that if one of his son would give Yayati and rest of his life, then he could live that long. Using the lifespan of his sons, Yayati lived many more years. Finally, after extending his lifespan for so many years, finally he realized, and realization dawned on him that no matter how long he lived, his desires would never cease and that fulfillment will never happen through material enjoyment. Yayati gave himself to Yama once he realized this truth. Now we are entering into Kathopanishad. Now here's a beautiful verse from the Kathopanishad, verse 1.2.9. Na esha tarke namiti apaneya prokta anya eva sujanayam prishte yam tam apa satya dhrita vas ashi tadhat kono huya nishkrit prashtha. The translation of this verse goes as the state of enlightenment not attainable by logical arguments and understanding, only by the being who enriched himself by these truths can enrich you with these truths. O Nachiketa, you have attained the state of receiving the truth through your authenticity. Will another authentic seeker as you ever be found? Now, Nachiketa, who is the hero of the Kathopanishad. Now, here's the next verse from Kathopanishad, verse 1.8, 2.8. Na nare na vare ne prokto esha suvijñayo bahudha chintamanaha ananya prokto gitiratra naste naniyan hrityakarma anupramanat. The translation of this beautiful verse is this Atman or self, when taught by an unenlightened man of inferior understanding, this certainly not adequately cognized to be known, as it is contemplated and understood in many different ways, such as it exists not, it is the doer, it is not the doer. There is no other way to know unless it is taught and revealed by a being who is non-separate from it, that is, who has experienced the reality of oneness Advaita with the self. Only when such a master teaches, there is no more wavering of the mind. It identifies about the self. The self is subtler than the subtle atomic particle, and thus cannot be known by the means of logical reasoning or debating. It is your authenticity gets the best out of your guru. Here Nachiketa took the responsibility of Yama's inauthenticity. He put his foot down authentically. He gets the best out of Yama. Yama did not trust Nachiketa because Nachiketa was a human being. You know what happens when you trust human beings? But Nachiketa proved this authenticity got best out. Then the god of death, the Yama said, the good is one thing and pleasant another. These two having different end bind a man. It is well with him who chooses the good, who chooses the pleasant, misses the true end. This till this moment what he was trying to do. Now he's literally you have done well by not choosing inauthenticity. See, sometimes pleasure and authenticity comes together as a byproduct. That is a byproduct of inauthenticity. It is okay. But you always choose authenticity and nothing else, nothing else. Now listen from Bhagwan himself directly as he reveals the Kathopanishad, the first and foremost document about death.
Already the Shiva Bodha, the joy of being Shiva, the bliss of being Shiva is overflowing beyond this. And among all this, now I love to introduce Kathopanishad. Kathopanishad in the land of Vishwanatha, Kalabhairava. Kathopanishad is the last 8 sections of Taittiriya Samhita, Krishna Yajurveda. It is 119 verses. When Sri Ramachandra lists all the 108 Upanishads in Muktikopanishad to Hanuman, Rama lists this Upanishad as a third Upanishad. The main subject of the Upanishad is death. Even though I have spoken many times bits and pieces of this Upanishad, here and there, I have quoted this Upanishad. I used this Upanishad to explain the truths, sacred secrets behind death. In many of our programs, satsangs, but now, formally, systematically, I have to introduce this Upanishad. It looks too big. I'm just wondering. It is like I have to chisel the whole mountain using a small chisel and hammer. Where will I start? How will I continue? It is just using my small words. Now I will have to describe and introduce this whole Upanishad. Please understand. I'll try to introduce. This Upanishad is not commandment of somebody
who realized God? No. Even if you realize God, a little bit will be your enlightenment experience, little bit will be your brain masala. There is a possibility for corruption, misrepresentation, manipulation, or missing it. So understand, but this Upanishad is the direct word from the being who is the Lord of death. Understand? Lord of death. This is directly from him. These Upanishads are directly from him who is Lord of death. Don't even have a doubt about the authenticity of the Upanishads, especially this Upanishad. I am the witness for the authenticity of this Upanishad. And I experienced the sacred secret of this Upanishad in this very land, Varanasi. It is the first and foremost document about death, where Dharma Raja, Yamadharma Raja, Yama means natural flow of existence. Dharma means natural law of existence. Yama means natural flow of existence. Dharma means natural law of existence. Yama Dharma, who is embodiment of natural flow and natural law. Understand? Flow is spontaneous, law is systematic. He is Lord of both. That is why he is called Yama Dharma. Natural flow of existence and natural law of existence. How anything flows by its very nature, that is Yama. What is the law of the natural flow of life? That is Dharma. Lord of natural flow of existence and natural law of existence, Yamadharma Raja directly speaks to a Brahmin kid, Nachiketa, who is the hero of this Upanishad. And one of the greatest thing, this Upanishad is kept alive by the Shaivites. Understand? The subtle nuances and the communal feelings. Yamadharma is a Shaivite, is beyond the jati. Nachiketa is a Brahmin. A Shaivite teaching Brahmin is almost like a Kalabhairava removing the head of a Brahma, Veerabhadra removing the head of the Daksha. But still, the Upanishads survived beyond the subtle community fights which goes on for ages. This Upanishad is taught by a person who is most mysterious and most available. Please understand. Who is continuously experienced can never be mysterious. Who is mysterious can never be experienced continuously. But he is the only one who is continuously available, perceived, but continues to remain as mystery. That is death. Understand? Who is continuously perceived will never be a mystery, can never be a mystery. Who is a great mystery can never be continuously perceived. Here is the greatest paradox. Constantly available, perceived. Any moment, anywhere, anybody can perceive him. Anybody who perceives becomes body. Constantly experienced, perceived, especially in this great land. Largest cremation ground in the world is Manikarnika Ghat. Please understand. Largest in the world, not in India, in the world. Anything related to human numbers, if you are successful in India, it is the largest. Because this is the largest population. That is why any movie star, any celebrity, any guru who has a large following in India can straight away use the word largest in world. As far as anything related to human being numbers concerned, largest number of people visiting temple in India is the largest temple in the world, because nowhere in the world so many people are going to visit any temple. Anything related to human beings, human number, if it's largest in India, it's largest in the world. Whether you're having a largest follower in the Twitter, Facebook, you are a celebrity with the largest number of fans, you are a guru with largest number of disciples, you are a political party with the largest number of members, whatever. If it's a human being, human number related issue, if it's largest in India, it's largest in the world. Be very clear. There are few things special to India. The granite, stone work. Largest granite building in India is the largest granite building in the world. Largest stone structure in India is the largest stone structure in the world, because no other country works on stone so much. Let's come to the Kathopanishad. This land, largest cremation ground, average 350 bodies are burnt every day. On special days, I don't know how they call that special days. It goes even up to 500. Who knows when that special day and all. Largest cremation ground. Here very casually while you are walking in the road, you can see 4 people carrying. If you see anything little bigger than suitcase, please understand it is a dead body. In Varanasi, anything you see 4 people carrying or 2 people carrying little bigger than suitcase, covered completely with the cloth, be very clear, it is a dead body.
The other day I saw, they nicely unloaded near a tea shop, chai shop, and both of them are sipping a chai. And that fellow is lying there. Very comfortably, both of them are sipping the chai. After the chai, very religiously, they lifted the body again, started walking. Constantly happening, perceived, but still mystery, most mysterious. Even if you see so many dead bodies again and again and again, continuously, not just some unknown face, even the people who are so near and dear to you, who lived till yesterday with you, till few hours before with you, whom you think you know thoroughly about them, even when they experience, it continues to remain as a mystery. Not only that, you are not even allowed to think, contemplate, question this mystery. By the time you have a third, fourth thought about the death, something comes and diverts you. This is the greatest delusion of human beings. These stupid fellows went up all the way to Mars and trying to explore it. I'm talking about the whole humanity. Trying to analyze, name stars, galaxies, planets, but still not only does not have knowledge, is not even working sincerely to look into the direction of death. Who is this guy who is constantly playing amidst us and never lets the limelight fall on him? He is the greatest magician, Jadugar, constantly playing amongst us, picking up the people as he wants and swallowing them, playing, running riot, not only over our lives, even on our intellects. But still, none of us are able to even look into him. We have penetrated planets. We have penetrated stars, penetrating the galaxies. We have done so much. But still this guy who is constantly running around among us, who is constantly playing amidst us, not only remains mystery, is not even letting any of us look into his eyes. Those very few who dare to look into his eyes, who have decided not to get distracted or diverted by his magics and drama, those very few became Buddha and Shiva. All Buddha did is only one thing. When he saw the death of somebody, he decided to look into the eyes of the death. Who are you? Till I know, I am not going to move out of it. This is my first priority.
Did you see the funny thing? He had 3 questions. Why old age? Why sickness? Why death? He found the solution, but still all the 3 remains in the world. Even now, there is old age, there is sickness, there is death. Then, how do you say he has discovered the solution? Maybe he found the solution for himself. It means every one of you have to look into the eyes of the death. Look into his eyes when he is staring at somebody else. Don't wait to look into his eyes till he stares at you directly. When he is staring at somebody else, it's very easy to stare into his eyes. Yamadharma was staring at the old man, so Buddha easily stared into his eyes. So, jump into the death, dive into the death to discover the secrets of death when he is staring at somebody else. Don't wait till he comes to stare at you. That time you may not be able to stare back at him. Fools are those waiting for him to come and stare at you directly, then planning to stare back at him. No. Stare into his eyes. Demystify him. Try to decode him. Understand him. When he is staring at somebody else. Means before he turns his eye into you, start staring at him. If you start staring at him first, then if he turns his eye towards you, that eye will be most compassionate. If you are waiting for him to stare at you and then start staring at him, it will be terrorizing. Understand who makes the first step. Are you going to stare at him first, or are you going to wait till he's coming to stare at you? Is staring, whether it is going to be compassionate or terrorizing, is going to be decided based on who is first. Kala is going to decide whether Kala is going to be compassionate towards you or terrorizing you. Kala is going to decide whether he is going to be compassionate towards you or terrorizing towards you. Don't wait. Don't wait for him to stare at you first. It is foolishness to wait for him to stare at you, then to look back, stare back. No. Yamadharma, the most compassionate teacher dimension of him, is expressing in this Upanishad. You will be surprised. First ever recorded history, Yamadharma giving a boon, especially completely opposite to his profession. Giving life. Come on.
Actually, I discovered this mind by working with so many people. I had a goldsmith who was making jewels for all our deities. 1 sovereign gold that time was around 25,000 rupee. Few years before. If you actually ask him for the discount of 25,000 rupee, he will not say no at all. He will simply agree even up to 50,000 rupee. But if you ask him to reduce half a gram in his wastage, he will get agitated so much. He will all be worked up, stressed up. Because he measures life based on the amount of gold, not based on money. So his logic doesn't come there at all. For him, wealth is all about the metal, precious metal, gold, that's all. Person whose only life source is a Goshala, if you take away the money which he accumulated, he won't suffer that much. But if you take away even 2-liter milk, that's it. He will pour 2-liter water from his eyes. Same way, a farmer, just few bags of paddy or rice getting destroyed, over. He feels his life is destroyed. With anything you work, constantly deal with, you emotionally get attached to it and you feel the value of that much more than the regular society values. The sentimental value. Here, Lord, who always took, never gave, Lord of death, only when his job was threatened, he is bent for Markandeya and for Savitri. There are such rare exemptions. But here, nobody is threatening him. Just out of compassion, he is giving the life back to Nachiketa. He is not a terrorizing figure. See him here. A loving, compassionate teacher. I think in the whole history of humanity, this is the only book where it is recorded Nachiketa is able to make death respect him. And this is the only time death ever listened to somebody. I don't think Yamadharma has ears. Because if he has ears, if he starts listening, what will happen? Millions are constantly crying whenever he goes for a job. If he has ears, what will happen? How will he be able to do his job? No. Uncompromising. Uncompromising. He is Lord of Yama, natural flow of life, and Dharma, natural law of life. Coming down as a teacher, as a compassionate God, and blessing a Brahmin kid. It's actually an unknown dimension of Yamadharma. This book is book of death for Hindus and anybody who follows Vedic tradition. If you want to know about death, this is the book.
It is not just book of dead, book of death. Vedic book of death. The beauty with death is you have to look into his eyes. Nobody else can do it for you. It's a good news. And great news is, in this way, you are utterly free. When you don't have any bondage, commitment, assistance, support, you are free. You are completely free. Understand, first time you will feel utterly free, naked, nirvana with Yamadharma. First time you will feel the liberation when you stare into his eyes. I tell you the secret. It is always easy to stare at somebody who is so powerful into his eyes when he is looking at something else. Stare at him. When you are staring at him, naturally his attention will be diverted to you. If you are already staring at him and his attention gets aligned to you, it will only be compassionate and asking, what? What do you want? If you are waiting for him to come and stare at you and then stare back at him, you say, shut down. When your time has not come for him to shut your eyes, decide to stare at him. When your time has not come, even he cannot shut your eyes. Understand the secret. When your time has not come, even he cannot shut your eyes. And don't wait for your time to come where he will be staring at you. If you tries to stare back at him, he will say, shut. Because then decision is in his hand. I tell you, stare at anybody's eyes. In 2 seconds you will understand the beautiful, compassionate, the Pashu-like personality inside them. Whether it's a death itself, if you know how to stare into his eyes, you will discover, awaken the teacher, master, dimension of death. Of death. Maybe for this whole inner awakening, I'll be just introducing Kathopanishad. Because I have to introduce the author, and his different dimension expressed in this Upanishad. I have to introduce the listener, and I have to introduce the context. This Upanishad has a beautiful story which sets the context. I spoke so many number of times on this Upanishad. Still, the moment it sits on my tongue, it tastes so sweet. It tastes
just much more than a nectar. Death becoming nectar, only in this Upanishad it can happen. Talking about death can be so pleasant only in this Upanishad. Thinking about death can be so pleasant only with Kathopanishad. Talking about death can be so sweet only in Kathopanishad. Thinking about death can be so pleasant only in Kathopanishad. Kathopanishad. Even if you understand it intellectually, all the death fears will disappear. First quality for a Hindu is understanding the mystery of death. First and foremost quality for a Hindu is understanding the mystery of death. The first and foremost commandment for Hindus, listen, as an incarnation, as authority on Hinduism, I am giving this commandment. The first commandment, foremost commandment for the Hindus is, thou shalt not die. Thou shalt not die. That's the first and foremost commandment for all Hindus. Fools are those who die. Stupid are those who never thought about death while they are alive. First and foremost commandment for Hindus, thou shalt not die. Understand death beyond the frustrated poet's descriptions, constipated philosophers' discrepancies, brain-dead intellectuals' blah blahs. Beyond all this, the Lord of Death is directly taking the questions about death from a small kid. The story has a lot of significance. He is able to explain it even for a small kid means there is no prepositions and suppositions. Understand? Anything which has become realization without prepositions and suppositions, that is the only universal truth. These modern day Western mathematicians and stupid scientists, they developed so many stupid theories and formulas and put one constant or infinity which has no value. Then what do you mean by this formula? Your theory, formula, everything has no value because you insert somewhere one constant or infinity which can't be described. So these are all the so-called appears like a truth with many prepositions and suppositions. But anything which is truth without prepositions and suppositions are only reality. Please understand. Kathopanishad is reality. And I tell you, even in Vedic tradition, if some prepositions and suppositions get added in course of time, incarnations happen, just to remove them. My only job, only purpose of this incarnation is to remove all the
prepositions, suppositions got added or loaded on Vedic tradition. Understand? No preposition, supposition is required for you to realize the truth described by Upanishads. It is reality as it is. That is why a small kid is questioning, who doesn't know and who doesn't care about your prepositions and suppositions. The only time ever in my life I got frightened and ran away is in front of one kid. I have to tell you this story. Never anything could make me run away. After my mission started, one devotee was running a pre-KG and kindergarten school with all the respect and with no pre-planning, innocently invited me to come and bless the school. When I went, I saw those kids, they are already happy and they are just playing among themselves, enjoying. I said, why do you want me to talk to them? They are already happy. What am I going to advise them or bless them? You better call those teachers who are already in sadness. I have a job with them and I will talk to them and help them and try to answer their questions. But she said, no, at least say a few words, bless them, Swamiji. See, most happy people are most unpredictable people. You need to know that. And you don't know what they will do when they will do. And they are dangerous. You can't handle them. So I tried my best to refuse, but she is not ready to budge. She's a real woman. And that gives enough of introduction and sets the context. Nothing more need to be told. And finally, the man who is doing Rangarajya all over the world, who can sit in any stage and collapse the people just by the twist of the tongue, make anybody realize anything just by the twist of the tongue, was wordless standing in front of those few kids because they do not understand any preposition, suppositions. Understand? Knowledge, the play of knowledge can be done only with the preposition and supposition. Experience does not need that. To transmit the experience, you don't need that. Here, I am asked to speak. I can't transmit the experience. Because to transmit the experience, I need at least their yes. Or the people who are responsible giving birth to them, their yes. So I don't have that. I can only play to the level of knowledge. So anyhow, I stood in front of them and my mic, and they do not care about some enlightened being, incarnation. They are all sitting as a small team and they are talking, playing with the language which no one understands, whether a speaker nor a listener understands that language. One fellow was with his candy in his mouth. The other one was trying to drag that candy out of his mouth and put it into his mouth. And this one just gave the finger, and that fellow started licking the finger, forgetting about the candy, because he doesn't bother about candy. He wants something to fill his mouth, that's all. So this drama is going on. I am standing there, a great Vedantic enlightened incarnation. Just in 10-15 seconds, One small kid just moved towards me and started pulling my dhoti. That's all. All enlightenment, incarnation would, Vedanta. I ran to the green room. In my life, I never ran in that speed. Now that is the reality. See, there is no preposition and supposition. I tell you, even Yama was made naked by the questions of Nachiketa. This kid only pulled my cloth. Nachiketa pulled the very identity of Yama down. He has to stand naked in front of Nachiketa because he did not get the green room. He was not able to escape into any green room. Without any preposition and supposition. If something can be analyzed and presented, that is reality. That is reality. Here, Yamadharma, Lord of Death, is standing naked without the covering of his inner image, outer image, others' image and life image, just as he is. He removes all the prepositions and suppositions covering death. And brings the naked truth, reality, as it is out in this Upanishad. My mission again is removing all the prepositions and suppositions, added, got loaded on Vedic tradition, and bring the naked truth as it is and make you experience reality. That is the reason I decided to speak on Kathopanishad. I invoke Kala, Gala, Yamadharma, O Mahadeva. Speak through this body, mind, intellect, being, consciousness. Reveal what you want to reveal to the world. Reveal yourself naked to the world. Reveal yourself in nirvana to the world. And let the whole universe, everyone, realize the reality. Om Sahana Vavatu Sahanau Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karavavahai Tejasvinavaditamastu Ma Vitvishavahay. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. By offering the obeisance to Lord Yamadharma, Lord of Death, invoking his blessings and compassionate, teaching, spiritual presence, praying to him. To reveal the sacred secrets of death to the universe through this body, mind, intellect, consciousness, and being to the universe. I'll move ahead. We will continue in further satsangs. Yamadharma will continue in further satsangs to reveal the sacred secrets, naked truths of death and reality to every one of us. I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyananda Dhyana Peetham.
Yes. So with this powerful session where Bhagwan himself revealed the sacred naked truth which Yama himself was standing naked in front of small Brahmin kid Nachiketa, who is the hero of Upanishad, Katha Upanishad. With this, we'll be moving on to the next session, which is going to be the power manifestation session. So, with this, power manifestation is going to be a power of manifesting the length. So, without any further ado, let's get started. So, this is going to be a 5-step guidelines. The first step is you opening the Living Enlightened book and receive the powerful cognition from this book. So let's take few moments as you open this book and receive the powerful cognition from the Living Enlightenment book, which is the living deity itself. The next step is you turning on your video so that you can record the video of you manifesting the powers. Now, the next, I'll be projecting you a question. Now, with your third eye, see what your third eye is revealing to you, the answer to the question. I'll be reading out the answer to you and see and projecting as well. So with your third eye, you have to see what third eye is revealing the answer to you of this question. And after that is done, pen down what was revealed to you. So let's get started. I'll be projecting you the question and the answer. So as you can see here, the question, which number comes next in the series? The first number itself is a question mark. The second number is 21, 13, 8, 5, and 3. The multiple choice, there are 5 multiple choice, 28, 31, 34, 41, and 50. So use your third eye, not your 2 eyes, to reveal this answer. So intensely chant the Mahavakya and see what your third eye is revealing to you. So let's take few moments as you See what third eye is revealing to you.
नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ
Yes, you can put your answers in the Zoom chat box. And if you're in the YouTube, you can put in the answer in the YouTube chat box. Jenny has put her answer as 28. So you can go ahead and put the answer which is being revealed to you.
नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्
So now let's look at the correct answer. We have a few answers in the Zoom chat. 28, 41, 31, 50, 28. So let's see what is the correct answer. Yes. As you can see, the correct answer is 34. The option C is the correct answer. Even if you look at it logically, the first number and the second number, the difference is the third number. Yes. So thank you for your answers. So now we are moving to the next question. So the next question is, if it takes 5 machines 5 minutes to make 5 widgets, how long would it take 100 machines to make 100 widgets? So let's take another 1 minute for this. With your third eye, intensely see what is being revealed to you as you chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द
Yes. So we have few answers in the Zoom chat. Uh, five 5 minutes is the common answer that 4 of the participants have given. So let's now look at the correct answer. Yes, the answer is 5 minutes. So congrats to all those who have put 5 minutes for the answer. You can applaud yourself. Yes. So now we'll be finishing this power manifestation here, and again for the next session, which is going to be the Akashic reading on death. So before we begin this session, let's sit with head and spine in a straight line so that you receive these powerful cognitions from Bhagwan intensely. So we'll be beginning this session, which is Akashic readings on death, and we'll be hearing the direct truth from Bhagwan himself directly.
Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. From today, we start the Akashic readings from the cosmic archives about the important subjects of life. I wanted to say a few words about this a sudden new development. Yesterday, Brahmacharis asked me, what is the difference between your regular satsang and the Akashic readings? Please understand, in regular satsang, I just utter the words what you want to listen. More sophisticated, polished, sweet to your ears, able to understand by your mind. Akashic reading is just as it is in the record, I am reading it out. In that, nobody is involved. Just the independent intelligence of the cosmos, the source of the creation, gives its expectations about your life, how the Creator feels the life should be, what for He created what He created, what for He is maintaining what He is maintaining, what for He is rejuvenating and refreshing what He is rejuvenating and refreshing. So in this, nobody is involved other than the ultimate superior, the source of creation. And please understand, these readings are uneditable, unalterable. They cannot be edited, altered, manipulated. This is a command I give for the Nithyananda mission, Nithyananda Sangha, forever, forever. These unedited versions of the original format of these readings should be made available to the whole world, free of cost, forever. Nobody has a right to comment on these readings. Nobody has a right to manipulate these readings. Nobody has a right to interpret, comment these readings. They are complete unto themselves. For anybody to live in tune with the cosmos, the Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment, does not need any special practice other than listening to these great readings again and again and again. When you listen to these great readings, naturally your negative logic is penetrated, broken, and these great truths settle in your inner space, and they make you live enlightenment. I know the power of the happening. Just now what is happening? I thank Mahadeva for being so compassionate and graceful, for offering his very book of heart to the whole world, letting all of us to read his book of heart, what he keeps in his heart as the most sacred, secret knowledge. Thank you, Mahadeva, for letting all the beings to become Mahadeva. This science will make every heart which receives will become Shiva. Rishi means the person who sees the mantras. Mantra means the words which shows the path to people and liberates people towards enlightenment. Shows path to the highest consciousness. I can say now starts the real Nithyananda Sangha and Nithyananda mission. These Akashic readings are the beginning of Nithyananda mission, because these readings, which will go on for at least 108 days, will form the core. This will form the basis of Nithyananda Sangha. From these readings, the teachings Nithyananda Sangha need to teach to the world, the classes you need to conduct, the lifestyle you need to live, everything will evolve from this 108 Akashic readings. Here, I am just reading out exactly as the cosmos wants to present itself to all of us. I promise there will not be any way, even the slight interpretation, interference, commentary, pollution, contamination from my side into these readings. Without any fear or greed, the source is opening itself to the whole world. Nithyananda should never be claimed as the author or speaker of these readings. It is only channeled through the body of Nithyananda. Let it be clearly told to the world. Let it be on record. I am not the speaker. I am not the owner of these words. These words cannot be copyrighted. A pure, sacred secrets of the spiritual world. It is the book of art of the cosmos. It is from the very source, the cosmic archives. Today, Bhagavan starts with the subject birth. Let him read out whatever he wants to read and utter. Then he will answer your questions also. So whatever Kalabhairava reads out in the morning will be the Shruti, the ultimate truths for life. Whatever he answers in the evening to your questions about direct day-to-day problems will be Smriti. Living those great truths in your everyday situation. Applying those great truths in your everyday situation. Let Mahadeva, Kala Bhairava be invoked. Shiva, 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 Shiva. Shiva, 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 Shiva. Namah Shivaya. Shivaya Namah. Shivaya Namah. Shiva, 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 Shiva. This is the readings from the Akashic records about birth. There is no such thing as birth exists. Every individual water drop in the ocean, when it moves by its very innate intelligence, visualizes it is born and separated from the whole. When it gets rid of the very root delusion, it is called enlightenment. The birth is not happening as human beings understand as the separation from the source. The source continues to exist as part of the part which thinks it is already become part from the source. Source participates completely with the part in every action, in every deed, in every step, in every behavior, in every moment, through its all-permeating penetration presence. The participation is never allows the separation of the part from the whole, so the part continues to be the part of the whole. The birth, as you understand, does not exist in the cosmos. Continuously, your movements, your desires creates different states of consciousness in you. Because of these altered states of consciousness like lust, anger, greed, fear, jealousy, competition, love, feeling of deprived, depression, because of these various experiences and the expressions, part starts feeling it is separated from the whole. The moment the part feels it is separated from the whole, it claims it has taken birth. So, the birth actually does not happen as you think. When a body comes out of another one body, it cannot be called as birth. Only when the individual awareness feels its independent existence, the birth begins. Birth is the beginning of the suffering, as the part forgets its source existence, connection and participation with the source. As the source relationship is forgotten by the part, the deluded suffering becomes the lifestyle from the moment of the birth. Birth cannot be considered as the separation of the body you are carrying from another one body which you call as mother, as this does not immediately inflict suffering into the individual part, because the individual part does not claim, feel, potent, participate in the concept that it is individual part. So, the truth exists as it is, even though the body is separated from the another one body which you may call as mother, the moment the individual consciousness feels the part is no more participating directly with the whole, that moment can be considered as birth. That moment indicates the individual's suffering beginning. It may get extended as long as that individual, that part, feels it is independent existence from the whole existence. When the part remains as the part, it continues to create various forms of conscious states, and the various forms of conscious states creates the kaleidoscopy experience of this world for that individual part. When the individual part realizes its mistake of remembering itself from the whole, it relaxes into the whole. That moment is called enlightenment. In this deepest form of the truth, O the souls which feels deluded, you are separated, you are moved away from the whole, come back, remember, in the form of breathing, in the form of heat, in the form of your body, in the form of the thoughts penetrating into your system from the space. I, the whole, continue to hold, support, feel, be part and participate in the existence and in the part of the existence, even though the part does not feel I am participating in your existence. I am the source, partner, part and whole of your very existence. O dear souls who feel you have departed from the whole, relax from your delusion. Whatever you think as the distance between the source and you, it is just your thinking. The distance remains zero from the beginning of your journey, and during the journey and till the end of the journey. Listen to this great sacred secret that will make you realize this great truth. Your birth has never happened as you consider your birth date. The birth is your imagination day, the day you felt you are separate from the whole. So relax from that imagination. The day is the day of your enlightenment. Whether the drop feels it is floating, swimming, drowning, dissolving or disappearing, the drop is always the part of the whole ocean. Whenever you accept the greed to experience different states of your own being, whenever you are afraid of different states of your own being, you create different states of consciousness to fulfill your fear or greed. That is what you call waking state, dream state, deep sleep state. the fourth state and the crisscrossing of all these four states, creates 16 states, and above all, the ultimate state is Turyadita, beyond all these four. In that, you experience you are always, you were, you are, you will be part of the whole. And this realization is a mandatory basic necessity for the every soul which started feeling out of delusion it is separated from the whole. The birth, as you think, never happens. It is just the different states of consciousness creating the kaleidoscopic effect and showing you the universe and the world in a different space, because the kaleidoscopic effect which you create attracts your attention so much by creating fear or greed. You forget to look into the first person and see you will ever remain as the part of the source, can never move out of the source. The source exists in source. So where is the question of birth?
We have a few questions on birth. The first question is from Moksha Priyan from Bangalore. He is asking, Dearest Swamiji, why did the Creator make us forget our prarabdha during the birthing process? Would life not have been more in tune with the cosmic will if everyone remembered their prarabdha? Thank you.
Creator did not even allow your birth. Your birth is your independent decision to rebel against the Creator, against the Source, as your very decision to be born is against the will of the Source. It is not the Source which made you forget the decision. to deny every truth from the source. You just decided to deny the whole as completely. The part has decided to go against the whole and reject the whole completely, because it is your decision to shun away from all the truths of the whole. You decided to forget your prarabdha. Your prarabdha is nothing but the quickest, easiest conscious experiences through which you can flow and reach the whole. And remember, you never were a separate part from the whole. So it is not the Creator who made you forget your prarabdha. It is your strong, rebellious mind which decided to say no to the whole creation that made you forget the prarabdha. Now, the more you accept the existence as it is, the more you accept the various kaleidoscopic experiences of different consciousness happens in you as it is, you will realize your prarabdha. This is the process Mahadeva wants to initiate all of you. I tell you all, by sitting for 21 days without moving from a place and witnessing all the different states of consciousness happening in your body and mind and inner space, you reach a space where prarabdha become seen, perceived, experienced directly by you.
Yes, as Bhagwan has powerfully revealed the secrets, Akash readings on birth. Now we'll be moving on. Life goes on getting deluded with so many things, with the concept of possession, and in the deeper delusion of possession itself becomes part of its identity. Death comes as a great celebration and liberation, as deluded, unnecessarily illusion and illusory identities. It's a great relief whenever part of you, what you think as you, is taken away from you. The truth, which was, it was never part of you, is reminded to you. Now, path of renunciation. A being should constantly remind itself not to identify with any possession. Not having possession and not identifying with the possession is the path of renunciation. Now, completion. Competition with your original identity. When your body competes with your original identity, the competition is disease. When your mind competes with your original identity, that is depression. When your possession competes with your original identity, the possession it themselves do not have any independent life, but the life received from the source identity. Your possession start competing with a source identity. That competition is perversion. Death irons out. So death clearly, neatly irons out your inner space. It makes you understand many things which was never part of your identity, but you assumed as a part of your identity because of your experiencing possession of those things. You just need awareness. Death continues to happen multiple times continuously in your life because you carry multiple identities. You just need awareness to perceive, experience, live through all the multiple deaths happening. Now, only in the Bhuloka the truth of ephemeral reality, comparative reality is experienced. The possibility of disillusionment and experiencing the other extremes is more easy in Bhuloka, means the planet Earth. Bhuloka is the planet Earth. In Bhuloka, you can extremely experience the pain and the pleasure, the pain and the opposite extremes of the pain pleasure very easily without difficulty. But in the hell, you can never experience pleasure. In heaven, you can never experience pain. With the opposite extremes, you are not experienced. The delusion continues to delude you. The disillusionment of anything happens only when the opposite extremes are experienced. Now, yes, I'll be sharing the slides. So you can, because this thing is very important. So yeah, I'm sharing the slide now. When you experience the pain, disillusionment of pleasure happens. Both disillusionment finally gives you the realization both are illusions and can happen easily only in human body in planet Earth in Bhuloka. Now we'll be moving on to the next video where Bhagwan himself is revealing the truths about death, fear, greed and time. So let's hear from Bhagwan.
Death is the illusion as understood by human brain. If you awaken the non-mechanical parts of the human brain, it will have the capacity to see the life with a larger understanding. Children do not have even the level of the brain awareness awakened in the adults. That is why every time when they fall asleep and come out of sleep, they feel they are dead and came back. They strongly believe whatever has happened in dream has really happened. That is why in the dream, if they feel hungry, in the waking state they cry. And whatever has happened in the dream, they feel as truth. The lowest level of brain functioning is responsible for taking your life as bits and pieces without having large vision. Person who thinks every dream is reality, every deep sleep is death, and gets broken, feels the discontinuity during sleep and waking is unconscious. When the brain grows little more and capable of looking at the life with a larger vision, every night sleep does not feel like death. Every day waking up does not feel like birth. They are able to stitch every sleep and waking up together and call it as life. This is consciousness. If your non-mechanical parts of the brain is also awakened, Kundalini also awakened, you will see lives and deaths by stitching it together as the large life. Ability to see the large life and making your decisions based on those understanding is Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment. Ability to see the large life, different deaths and different births are not discontinuity of your existence, just like births and deaths are continuity, just like sleep and waking up is the continuity of your life, births and deaths are also continuity of your life. The more you see the continuity of the life, more you become intelligent, more you become blissful, more you become alive, more you are enlightened. Awaken the non-mechanical parts of the brain by Kundalini awakening or any spiritual process as prescribed by incarnations and enlightened beings. You will realize death and birth is just continuity of the different parts of life. Just like sleep and waking and dream is continuity of the same life, birth, death, and the gap between birth and death are all continuity of the same life. Understanding this takes away all the fear, all the possible fear in your life and gives you tremendous restful awareness. Vast time is in front of you to fulfill your life's purpose and mission. In the time when the greed is dissolved, desire disappears. When there is less time, more greed then enters desire in your brain and mind. When there is vast time, any amount of greed cannot contaminate the time with a pollution called desire. When the time is available in front of you like ocean, no river of greed can change the color of the ocean, pollute the ocean. If the time is available just only in the size of a lake in front of you, even a small greed stream can pollute the lake. Understand? Time makes an important decision about the levels of your desire and fear. Man who understands the continuity of life and death, in front of whom the vast amount of time is available, who is in the restful awareness with the understanding the vast time is available in front of them, who is not driven by the concept of losing time, is Kala Bhairava. When you relax in the restful awareness of the vast time is available in front of you, time becomes your friend. Making time your friend is going beyond time, going beyond death. Then you become Kala Bhairava. Just a simple understanding, just like birth, dream, waking, deep sleep, death are all different phases of life. Sleeping, dreaming, waking up, all three are part of same life. If you are conscious, same way, dying, rebirth, the gap between death and rebirth are all part of same life if you are super conscious. Awaken to this truth. Your birth, your death, your gap between birth and death are all part of same life. I, Kala Bhairava, tell you all, you don't even need any other spiritual practice. Listen, your life, death, rebirth, gap between life and death, birth and rebirth are all part of your same life. It is not end or restart. This one truth can relax you, put you in restful awareness. You don't need to hurry about your desires, about your greeds. Cosmos is flowing towards you. You are flowing towards the cosmos. You don't need fast track. The moment you understand you don't need fast track because you have vast time in front of you, all the knots, thought patterns, samskara knots, the grandhis you created in your different energy centers and the thought patterns you created, the thought patterns and samskaras still which you are keeping stiff, straight, gets loosened. The moment thought patterns, samskaras get loosened, they lose their grip over you. You live enlightenment. O human beings, remember this one truth. Kala Bhairava, out of my compassion, tremendous love, I am sharing this very sacred secret, the basic important truth with you all. O humanity, listen. Your life, your death, the time between life and death, the time between death and rebirth are all part of same life. Do not be afraid. Nothing will be taken away from you, and you do not need urgency rushing towards any of your goal, greed, You do not need to have fear and escape from any of your fears, anxiety, neither your greeds nor your fears as urgency of time. Relax from the urgency of time. The restful awareness. Which comes when you relax from the urgency of time. Makes vast time available in front of you. Anybody who has a vast time available in front of them is Kala Bhairava. Every one of you can become Kala Bhairava when you relax from the immediate urgency of time, when your greeds can't create desire in you, when your fears can't create anxiety in you, you are free from time. The vast time is available in front of you. With the vast time available in front of you, your greed cannot make you urgent. Your fear cannot make you disgraceful. Your fear cannot frighten you. Your greed cannot make you desireful. O human beings, contemplate on this great truth again and again and again. The brain which I am using to radiate this truth to all of you is capable of transmitting that very truths to all your brains, as brains do not have individual consciousness. It is just a biomemory chip in human body. I bless you all to receive the truth, to relate with the truth, to be receptive to this truth. It can be transmitted just like that. It can be easily transmitted. It can just be downloaded. Your birth, your death, your rebirth, the time between the birth and death, time between death and rebirth are all part of same long life. There is no discontinuity in the whole life. Let this one truth sink in all of you to make you understand. Greed does not need to create desire in you. In the ocean, when the river enters, it doesn't create ripples. In the vast time available in front of you, by this great truth, even if the greed enters, it does not create the ripples of desire. Even if the fear enters, it does not create the ripples of anxiety. I bless you all. Kala Bhairava puts his footprint on all your brains. Let your biomemories be awakened to this great truth. Birth and death and rebirth and time gap between birth and death and rebirth are all part of same long life. there is no discontinuity in these happenings. Kala Bhairava blesses you all with this great truth. Let this great truth be downloaded in all the brains which are having Nayana Diksha from this brain all over the world. Namah Shivaya. This is the secret of death through which Markandeya conquered Kalabhairava. Markandeya conquered Yama, the Lord of Time. Lord of Time, when he conquers you, he is Yama. When you conquer him, he is Kala Bhairava. When you conquer him, you become Kala Bhairava. When he conquers you, he is Yama to you. Let this great truth land on all of you. Namah Shivaya. Namah Shivaya. Namah Shivaya. Let all of you chant the Maha Mantra Namah Shivaya intensely and loudly. Let this great truth be transmitted in all your brains. The vast time be available to everybody. Let the bio-memories of all of us be capable of experiencing the large time. Relax. Let this great truth of unbroken long life be established in all the brains. Let every biomemory realize the vast time available in front of us. Let the greed not create desires. Let the fear not create anxiety. Let the restful awareness, sattva, be established in all the biomemories.
The first question today, saying Nithyanandam Lord Kalabhairava, it appears that anyone responsible for somebody else's untimely death is treated as a murderer. In that context, please comment on the following three cases. 1. People who eat meat. 2. Animals.
Stop. Other than Kalabhairava, nobody has a right to take any life. People who eat the meat or kill to supply the meat, both are treated as murderers from the cosmic law. Lives which can feel the pain to the frequency of the human life are all considered to be equivalent to human life. So anybody kills even those lives will be considered as murderers. Agricultural products can be consumed as plants, trees do not have the life frequency and the pain impact of human frequency. They do have pain, they do have life, but not in the frequency level of human beings. Their pain is much low and highly negligible, as they do not have the individual consciousness also to reciprocate and respond to the pain. It can't even be called or considered as pain. So, eating meat or killing an animal for meat is directly treated as murder in cosmic law.
Also, animals who eat both meat and vegetarian food
Moving on, where Bhagavan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is revealing about death and life. Death is the moment the influence of the past and the influence of the future is completely moved out. Yes. So life stands still in its natural existence here reality. Life can never be experienced in its purest form in death. Now, how to break death breaks all the patterns. Every meditation, every spiritual technique, if every kriya helps you only break few patterns, few samskaras, few engrams, but death helps you to break all the patterns, all the possible karmas, all the possible engrams, including agame prarabdha and sanchita. Now, death can be a great door. Can be a great door. Death can be a great door to experience life existentially. Most of the beings experience life only during death. It is unfortunate. They are afraid of their own life existence. It is paradoxical. Beings which are supposed to be excited about life are afraid of life, which expresses itself intensely during death. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, "You are deathless. Death is the only for the things which you can die in you, but you are deathless. If you are worried about death, you always associate yourself with object which can die. Object which can die is not you, neither part of you nor existential reality. It is just added to you. There is no death or birth. As per the Akashic records, either you get into the depth and realize every moment birth and death is happening, then you will be free from birth and death. Or go to the peak and realize the whole life is a long stretch of pure life. There is no death or birth ever happening. If you realize both the extremes or any one extremes, you will be free from death. You will be free from the fear of death, misunderstanding of death. When a person is liberated at the time of death, where does the soul reside? As per the promise of those masters, decision of those masters, they continue to reside in Divya Sharira, the divine form. So the disciple who want to enjoy the form, physical presence, decide to be around him having Samipya Mukti. An enlightened disciple has a choice of Samipya Mukti and Sayujya Mukti. Sayujya Mukti means one with his formless existence. Samipya Mukti means enjoying the form in his form existence. Each master has their own Videhaloka, the space of the universe where this form continues to reside till his last disciple achieves Sayujya. Till that period, the disciple who want to be around him in Samipya resides in Samipya and enjoys his presence and Leela. Then they disappear into Sayujya. They achieve Sayujya. Now, body and body can be possessed by right thinking, belief, food, so that either it can completely disappear into the thin air when you leave the body, or it can stay eternally without decomposed, or it can stay smelling immediately based on the way you treated the body while you reside in the body. It continues to carry and radiate different qualities even after you leave the body. It's simple science. You can keep the body continuously functioning forever even after leaving the body. This is the science. This science is known to Siddhas and they have recorded this science. It is available. With this, with this powerful revelations on Akashic reading on death, by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, that
move on to our next session, which is going to be the power manifestation session. So, in this power manifestation session, we'll be again going to be manifesting the powers of Paramashiva, the length dimension, the power of length dimension. Again, this is going to be a 5-step guideline, which is of 5 minutes of round. The first step is open the Living Latin book and receive the powerful cognition from this book. Second step, when you turn on the video for recording your power manifestation. The third step is when I'm going to ask you the question, I'll be projecting you the question as well. And through your third eye, see what is being revealed to you through your third eye. And mention the answer in the chat box. If you're in the Zoom, you can put your answer in the Zoom chat. If you're in the YouTube, you can put the answer in the YouTube chat. Then pin down what was being revealed to you, and then I'll be projecting you the correct answer. Then you need to verify what is being projected and what was revealed to you. So let's get started. I'm going to project you the question. So let's take 1 minute for this question. So here's the question as being projected to you. Which number should replace the question mark? As you can see, the last rectangular box is a question mark. Please see the third eye for the correct answer.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Now let's see what is the correct answer for this question. The correct answer is 4. I see in the Zoom we have a few numbers, 12 and 6 are the answers. Anyway, the correct answer is 4. So now we'll be moving on to the next question. Yes, the next question, as you can see, which is being projected to you. In a lake, there's a patch of lily pads. Every day, the patch doubles in size. If it takes 48 days for the patch to cover the entire lake, how long would it take for the patch to cover half of the lake? Yes. So get ready. Let's take another 1 minute to answer this question through your third eye. So intensely chant the Mahavakya and let's see what is being revealed to you through your third eye.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, so I can see few answers like 24. Manitya Guru Prasadni has put the answer. So now let's see what is the correct answer. So the correct answer is 47 days. And the explanation is also given. You might have guessed 24 days as the general answer that will come. It seems intuitive to halve the number of days because you halve the size of the lily pad patch. But if the area of the lake covered in a lily pad doubles every day, it would only take 1 day for it to go from being half covered to full covered. Take 1 day away from 48 days and you are left with 47 days. So this was quite interesting, simple question. With this, we'll be finishing our power manifestation session, and we'll be starting our next session where Bhagwan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, will be revealing the great truths about death experience by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. So let's get ready.
The first death I faced in my life, my father's elder brother's elder son, he died. He fell into the village well. He went for a vacation to one of his relatives' house, You all know in Indian villages, if the school holiday, immediately we'll pack and go to some aunt's house, uncle's house, 2-3 days run around there and come back. It's a only way of vacation. He went to a vacation nearby village. My family is a tight-knit family. They don't marry outside the, not even outside community, not even outside the family. They'll marry inside. If you pick up one person, he will have 10 way of relationship with other persons. So, this boy used to be dumb and deaf little. So, he can't speak fluently. He went for vacation and the villages will have a wall, the well without wall. So, this guy was running around and fell into that well and died, unfortunately. So when his body was brought, first time, it's reality for me, somebody whom you saw till few days before will not be there with you anymore. I can say in a way he was my first devotee. He used to have a great devotion for me. He is the one who will bring water, flowers, everything for my puja. He had a tremendous love and respect for me. Even though I am younger, to him, he will bring all the things necessary for my puja, help me in puja, assist me. Very religious person. And I used to give him a lot of attention. I am the only person who can play with him or who can entertain him. You see, in all other play, you need to talk, you need to interact, you need to be equal. But my play is sitting with the deities and playing, doing puja. There you don't need to talk much. And only I will be able to accommodate him in my play. Nobody can accommodate. So he used to have a tremendous love for me and my first assistant, maybe I can say, and a great devotee. Suddenly, he is not there. Apart from my practical problems of who will assist me in my puja and all that, who will fetch me water, who will get me flowers, who will get me sandal paste, then with that only you can do puja. I was thinking, who will do all this work? Such a big shock. The basic understanding that death is inevitable got drilled in me. Actually, I can say, this awakened the sense that I have to be dependent only on me, only on my body and mind for anything I want to do. Society will not be a permanent help. That reality was completely experienced by me. I can say, surely it has awakened a very deep, next level strands of DNA in my body. So, independence. I can say, this was one strong shift in my body. My body has started becoming yogic body. See, my whole idea of depending on somebody was lost. I have to be completely dependent only on the 6 feet frame for anything I have to do. The second death was my grandmother's, my grandfather's elder brother's wife. She lived the ripe age of more than 103. And till the end, very healthy. The funny part in this is, please understand, the most funny part in this is, all these deaths I am describing happened like a process, one by one by one. Now if I look back, it was such a great preparation. How the cosmos was making incarnation. Actually, I myself enjoy that story. I am writing an autobiography.
I do not know whether somebody else is enjoying or not, going to enjoy or not. I myself intensely enjoying. Oh God, what a play! What a leela happening. It's such powerful truth, such powerful incidents, played so beautifully, such a coordinated way. The next death, my grandmother's death, that has given me the lesson of society cannot be trusted and it is not a structure as it is believed by you. Father is not a father, mother is not a mother, uncle is not uncle, aunt is not aunt. Things can be completely different. See, first time I realized people can talk one thing and think something else. I never understood you can think something and talk something else. First time I realized during my grandmother's death how people behaved. I just remembered, oh God, this lady to whom she's not giving, but that guy is giving so much. That's one understanding. Second, when the death was declared, I saw all my family people, they were all sitting and they were all very normal, happy, actually waiting for her to die because she had a lot of money, jewelries. Those days, that silver coin, in India we had a habit of silver coin, pre-independence, silver coins. Lot of those coins she had under her bed in a trunk box. So now all these fellows will get a share. But she herself did not have any kids, but her brothers and their kids, many, and finally each one will get one, maybe little. But they were all waiting for their share. They were waiting for her death. The moment she died, I saw these fellows were very cool. They did not cry immediately. They went to their rooms. Each one will be given one own room, usually in the joint families. They all went to their rooms and changed the dress, put on very simple clothes, removed all the costly jewels and put on simple jewels, came and assembled in the hall, center hall, as if like a scene. And the first one say, start, oh, they started crying. It's almost like a Divya Shariri. The moment I say, they start jumping. First time, my idea about society crumbled down. Because one of my uncle was forcing me. I cried. I said, no, I don't feel like crying. He said, no, everybody is coming, cry. I said, no, I won't. Then he slapped me. I just held his hand and said, if you touch me once more, I'll tell everybody what all you guys did in the room. Fighting for our jewels. Then my father intervened and said, this fellow will really tell. Why are you playing with him? Why are you beating him at this moment? He will really sit outside and tell everybody before they come inside. Then they understood the danger. They put me in a room and locked me. They locked that room. I was inside that room. I can say, I cried for maybe half an hour or 1 hour. Then when I just fell, it was a big opening, a kind of a breaking. My whole being settled. My respect for society has disappeared. I was living near a place called Varanasi, one of the sacred pilgrimage center of Hinduism,
place called Ghazipur. I was serving a sadhu, old monk, who was very sick. It's a small town, a small hospital, a small ward, some 2-3 steel cot and bed and few old steth and BP machine and a green screen. You can visualize an Indian village hospital, you can imagine. This sadhu whom I was taking care, next bed, the patient was about to die. This old doctor and that old nurse, both of them are trying to revive him, support him. He was, the guy, the patient who was dying must be less than 50. So they were trying to help him. But I could see he's already started dying. Please listen. First time I saw death in 4 dimension. I'll describe as much as I can. You have 7 parts in you. Your body with flesh, blood. This is the first part. Second is your breathing. Your breathing, that's the second part. Third, you are thinking. Fourth, you are feeling. Fifth, the area you experience during deep sleep, from where you are experiencing feeling. Understand? First, this flesh, blood. Second, breathing, prana. Third, thinking, mind. Fourth, feeling, emotions. Fifth, the deep sleep state, which is called causal layer, from which all this feeling, thinking, everything happens. Sixth, the soul, your individual soul, consciousness. Seventh is the cosmic soul, Paramatma, Nirvana, enlightenment. All these 7 put together is you. Please listen. If the cosmic soul is an ocean, your private beach is individual soul. Clear? If cosmic soul is ocean, your private beach is individual soul. So you can't say individual soul does not belong to cosmic soul. Your private beach is also ocean. You can't say you are having ocean. It's your private beach. How many of you understand? So all these 7 put together is you. I could see this guy moving from one to another. First, in his body, the heavy pain chemicals are released. How many of you experienced scorpion bite in your life? Scorpion bite. Scorpion bite. Any? Usually, if the scorpion bites in that area, for you not to feel the pain, your body will release the painkillers, anti-pain chemicals. That will only make that whole area swell. Any doctors here? Your body has a natural anesthetic methods. Do you know that? If the pain goes beyond certain limit, your body itself will release automatically painkiller inside, the anesthesia, and you will fall into unconscious state, coma. First, exactly that is what has happened to that guy. There was so much of pain in the body, as if his skin is being peeled. So much painkiller was released inside the system, he fell into coma. automatically. The moment he fell into coma, all his patterns become alive and vital. It is like 25 kids are in the house and parents are not there. What will happen to that house? 25 violent, wild kids and parents are not there in the house. That is the way, if your consciousness is missing, and that is the way your patterns behave. Even while the kids behave, your consciousness is like a father. Your patterns are all kids. When your consciousness is not there, when you become unconscious, coma stage, patterns just make ruckus. I could see his unconscious soul was kicked like a football. Imagine in this house, in this room, one football is there and 25 football players are there. If all of them kick at that ball, what happens? So all his desire patterns are kicking at him. The ball is flying from one corner to another corner. His soul, unconscious soul, which is in coma. All your patterns have a deep vengeance on your soul, your consciousness. Please listen. Please listen. I could see in that person all the desire patterns are kicking him, asking, I told you, fellow, I want to live, I want to live, I want to live. You did not fulfill me, complete me. Desire is nothing but the commitments you gave it to you. Understand? The commitments you gave it to you, all stands there and questions you. Why you did not fulfill me? Honor me. Then somehow that soul jumps to the next level. Next level, all the guilt, inauthenticity comes up. And say, I told you we should have lived like that, like that. Why did you do this, do this? The first, the lack of integrity patterns are kicking you. Desire. Next, inauthenticity. The guilt patterns. I can say this is the space when the individual soul feels hell. So individual soul experiences hell. Getting it? Hell is not actually separate. Geographical, it is psychological. And then soul moves to next. All the pains you experience in your life, your irresponsibility patterns, that comes up and shatters, beats the soul which is already unconscious. Then it finally goes and falls into that deep sleep layer. From there, it doesn't move further. It immediately goes and takes next body in that unconsciousness itself. So that is why you do not know what kind of a house, parents you are choosing. You just close your eyes and walk. After entering only you open your eyes and see, oh God, I thought I am coming to the cinema theater. Now only I understood. I came to the garbage tank. Oh, you are a garbage can. I thought you are a Pizza Hut. After you enter into the garbage tank, garbage lorry, you say, I thought I am in the Pizza Hut. But now you cannot change. You have taken already one more body. Exactly this is what happens while you die. Please understand, I am giving you the visual description of what happens. You do not touch your individual soul or cosmic soul, your individuality, without even touching your individual soul or the cosmic soul consciously, takes another one birth. It is like you are dreaming, without even waking up, you fall asleep and again dream. Again fall asleep, again dream. You never come to waking state. How many of you understand? That's the way body is assumed. This is the third death I saw in my life. In Bangalore, I was giving a satsang on Ashtavakra Mahagita. I received the information my father passed away, massive cardiac arrest, and he passed away. My mother was in the satsang. So I continued the satsang, and after the satsang, after darshan, when I got into my car, called the mother and made her sit in my car, and she's a village lady. First time in her life, she is leaving my father alone and coming and staying somewhere outside in her 27 years of marriage. And he passed away. I don't know how many of you will believe. I lived there with them 17 years. I never saw them even once arguing with each other. I'm sure they would have had difference of opinion, arguments, because they are human beings. Even Mahadeva and Sati had argument. What about, come on, even he had marital problems. So, no, I'm not saying they would not have had, but at least they managed such a way that never in front of us, never in front of kids, I've seen them raising their voice or arguing. Very happily they lived. So she's sitting next to me, and I'll tell you exactly just few words I told her. First word I said, Ma, I think father is not feeling well, he is in serious condition. She just looked into my eyes. Next statement I said, I think he is dead. She looked into my eyes. Third statement I said, please understand, I'm talking to my mother inside the car where nobody is there. It's a complete private conversation. I told her, you know, I can bring him back. Do you want? That's all I asked. You know, I can bring him back. Do you want? The statement she made, I tell you with all my integrity, Swamiji, that is between you and his soul. I will not interfere. That is between. Just now she received the news, and she knows I can bring him back. She's a village lady. She did not have time to think and answer. Spontaneous, straight answer. I know how dependent she is on him. She said, in Tamil she said, Swami, அது நீங்களும் அவரும் முடிவு பண்ணணும், நான் தலையிடக்கூடாது சாமி. I just hugged her and said, that's why I chose you as my mother. There are many moments you are proud of me, now I am proud of you, I told her. There are many moments you are proud of me, having son like whatever. I said, now I am proud of you. I told her in Tamil. பல நேரத்தில் நீ பெருமைப்பட்டிருப்ப, இப்போ எனக்கு பெருமையா இருக்குமா? Understand with mother, in the moment where my father is dead, you can't expect me to lie or give a false hope. All of you understand? With that integrity, I am talking to all of you now. The integrity with which I was talking to my mother when my father is dead. I told her, all right, I'll relate with him and then decide. Anyhow, he wanted to rest, he wanted to relax. He said, what more? Just. Fifth death is in Bangalore. See, after my own death experience, I came to Central India. In the Central India, I realized my incarnation hood. In 2000, then 2001, I came and settled down in Tamil Nadu. And 2002, I came to Karnataka. 3, I started this Sangha organization. In 2002 end, or I can say 2003 beginning, I think. In Bangalore, I was attending a patient, one of our devotee. To heal, I went to hospital. In the hospital, the next bed patient was dying. That time I watched. The patient was dying without any pain, like a knife in the butter. He was very smoothly leaving the body and disappeared into the ocean, enlightened. I was shocked when I investigated. I did not see any special reason why this guy became enlightened, because he was not a meditator, he was not a religious guy, no guru. I was wondering how come he became enlightened. When I contemplated, I realized he was dying in the presence of an incarnation. So naturally, my presence has contributed for his peaceful passing away. Then I meditated, how can I give this help to people? If there is any way I can help people to have this peaceful death, an enlightenment while you leave the body, that will be the greatest service. For my contemplation and meditation, the answer I received is the program you are going to do for next 3 days. The process of death. Going through all your patterns and experiencing the ultimate restful awareness.
we understood about the different deaths that Swamiji had experienced, and we also understood how these deaths have also happened around us. So many times we have experienced death in our life, and today we'll be competing with this fear, because the fear of this unknown, the fear of death, is something that holds us back from everything. It is the main source cause that does not allow us to experience ourselves as Paramashiva. So now we'll be going through a small process where we'll be understanding this science of the 5 deaths that Swamiji experienced and how to implement that in our lives, how to see these different deaths and experience them to completely be free of that fear of death, be complete with that death, and enjoy the experience that comes. So now let's enter into this beautiful session. So let's understand the 6 deaths that was experienced by Swamiji. So now let's take a few minutes first to understand what we understood from this satsang, from where Swamiji had explained to us about this 6 deaths that he experienced. Let's take a few moments to pen down.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om
As you write, also, once you have written down what you understood from this 6 deaths that Swamiji had explained, you can also share it in the chat, and I will also be very happy to see and understand what you have got from this session, what powerful cognitions you have got from this session.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham
So now, any participants, if you would like to share in the chat what you have understood from this session, you can share. And now we'll be moving to the next segment, which is the power manifestation session. Now, in this power manifestation session, today we are going to be manifesting the power of length dimension. What is the length dimension? We would already have manifested a few rounds of length. But let me share to you another powerful understanding about the length dimension. Length dimension powers are a beautiful set of powers that you get after the initiation of Swamiji, where you get the ability to process knowledge, to process information directly from the cosmos. The beautiful understanding is that today science has found out that we can store data, means they could copy 7 trillion copies of a particular 5,000 page novel into our DNA. The technology is still very complicated, so I'm not getting into the details, but our DNA, the DNA in our whole body, today's science has calculated that it can hold 4.3 billion years of video footage. And what does that mean? Actually, if you see that 4.3 billion years is a very interesting number, because that is the age of planet Earth. So when we see that our DNA can hold so much data, but even today science has not found out at which point of our brain we store. Like when we go inside our hard drive or phone or laptop, we can see, okay, this is the pictures folder where I store my pictures. So if I'm searching a particular picture, for example, a picture of Swamiji, the Ananda Gandha photo of Swamiji, and I've saved it in my pictures folder, I could go and search and get that. But that is not the case in our brain. In our brain, there is no particular point that they say that this is the point which remembers the color red. This is the color, this is the point that remembers the color yellow. The brain is an antenna. We are an antenna. This is what Swamiji says. We continuously, every second, we are downloading every single information. It is our innate ability that Paramashiva has given to keep this downloading process happen. Because science has not found at which point the brain is able to store particular information. So Swamiji says that we are continuously downloading every second. So if we are downloading every single second, then we can download anything. Any information in the cosmos is there in our DNA. So with this understanding, let us now move into the manifestation itself. So you can keep your notebook and pen ready. Let's take a moment to just open our notebooks. So first I'll be sharing with you the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference for this power. So now, before actually, we have seen the Shastra Pramana in previous sessions. Now we'll actually start with the power mandate round where I will be asking you questions. So it's going to be quick and interesting also. I'll be asking you questions and you will see those questions in your third eye and pen them down. At the end of the round, I will be revealing and we can verify the answers. So if all the participants are ready, we'll be starting. So which number comes next? So there are 5 options that we have. So 80, 94, 102, 114, 125. Let me project the slides also to you. So this is the question. Which number comes after 4, 5, 8, 17, 44, and what is the next number that comes? Quickly just write down any of the options or the numbers that you think will be coming in this. Yes. So now we'll be moving to the next question. So the answer is 125. If you written E, that is the right answer. So at the end of the round, you can also share how many out of the questions you had got correct. So now let's move to the next question. So Mary is 16 years old. Her brother is 4 times younger. How old will Mary be when she is twice her brother's age? So quickly write down a number. Close your eyes. Visualize. Don't try to use your logic or guess. Just close your eyes. Quickly enter into that space where you start seeing the answer, connecting with Paramashiva. Request him, telling him that Paramashiva, reveal the answer to me. Whatever number you see, even if it's 2, 3 different numbers, it's perfectly fine. So now we'll be seeing the answer. The answer is 24. So now we'll be moving to the next question. So how many handshakes are there when 3 people shake their hand with each other? Now quickly close your eyes again after you have read the question. Ask Paramashiva for the answer and write it down. So yes, now we'll be seeing the answer. The answer is 3. So now you can share how many you have got correct in the chat, and with this we'll be coming to the end of this power manifestation cycle. So now we'll be moving into the next session where we'll be seeing the completion with death fear. So this is the most important understanding we need to have today. Completion with death fear. And what this completion can bring to us is very important. As I explained earlier, the completion with unknown is one of the most important fears that we need to complete. Because when we are incomplete still with that, when we still have the fear of the unknown, at that time, it affects us by blocking us in every single small to large scale situations when you have to be based on your intention, on your instinct, on your intuition. Based on that intuition, when you need to take a decision, it will be very big break wall will be that you need to break if you have to trust your intuition. And lots of times when we take decisions based on our intuition, it will take us to the right path because our intuition manifests from the third eye. So when we complete with this fear of death, the fear of unknown, we will be able to easily flow through all of these difficult situations. So now let's take a look at these powerful understandings and complete with the fear of death. So why are we afraid of death? We are afraid because instinctively we resist change, and death is an abrupt change in life. We are afraid because we don't know who we are. Fear of death is just the fear of continuity or discontinuity. We are afraid about the what next. Basically, the fear of unknown. We are afraid of these different changes that happen without where we are not in control. So what happens is we are scared because of that, because we don't know what is going to happen next. Now let's have the right understanding about death. Death, as you think, has no significance in memories. Death is the best blessing for a human being. It just is a body change, like how we change our body, like our jobs or our house. Every time we experience death, what happens is it's like a complete cleansing process that happens. Every time when we go through the process of death, we get a chance to again remember. See, right now we have the powerful cognition, I am Paramashiva. But when we think, actually, is it really bolted in us? Is it really the fundamental cognition on the basis which we take all decisions? We can say that yes, it is not yet the fundamental cognition. even though that is where we are striving. But at the time of death, when we leave this body, it is only the pure consciousness that leaves the body to take the next birth. And that is the time we again remember as our fundamental cognition that we are Paramashiva. So that is why it is the greatest blessing. Now let's hear Swamiji itself share this powerful cognition of how to overcome the fear of death. Let's begin.
Oneness is the cosmic currency. That is the principle on which the whole spindle, where these 14 universes are placed, works. Understand? If you are habituated to think from oneness, cognize from oneness, you will not feel any shock. You will not feel something new when you go to the... See, death fear is nothing but you don't know what will be the next. Nobody will be afraid of death if you know the clear flight ticket and the video of where you are going to land and your room number. And if all the bookings are done, if everything is ready, if you are sure about where you are going to go, will you be afraid? No. It is actually the fear of unknown, is the death fear, not anything else. It's a fear of unknown, fear of losing the known and not knowing the future. That is where the whole thing is. And I tell you, when you start building this cosmic currency in your muscle memory and biomemory, suddenly you will see clearly where you are going to go. And there also the same tattva, same principle is only working, operating. So you will be so clear that your room is booked, flight is booked, everything is reserved, and you will know how you are going to function, how you are going to proceed, how you are going to move, what is the principles with which things move.
Yes. Now, let's continue after Swamiji had shared about that powerful cognition. So, from the Kathopanishad, there's this beautiful verse which reads, the mortal who has consciously forced death and authentic listening and fully internalized this reality of oneness with the self, having realized the dharma or conscious truth of the subtle self through determination, discrimination from all gross objects, rejoices and celebrates, radiating the truth, because he has obtained that which is the source of all joy. I consider the abode of truth or Brahman is wide open to Nachiketa. So before we move on, let me just give you a recap of the Kathopanishad. The Kathopanishad was a scripture that is sharing to us about death. It holds the powerful cognitions about death and how to go beyond death. So, long story short, there was a boy called Nachiketa, and his father was doing a sacrifice where he had to give away whatever he wanted the most. He had to give those away to the Brahmanas, the priests of the ritual. But instead of that, Nachiketa's father gave away all animals like cows which could not milk anymore, horses which were grown too old to run, and instead of gold, he had given them copper coins. So he had completely cheated and been inauthentic with the whole process. So that time, Nachiketa, who was filled with the authenticity, he had just come from the Gurukul, the school where he had the ancient Vedic school. He had come back from that and he had seen all of this inauthenticity happening. So he asks his father, where should who are you going to give me away to? And that time, Nachiketa's father gets angry at him and tells, I will give you to the Lord of Death. And Nachiketa, with the power of authenticity, travels to the abode of Lord of Death and waits there for 3 days. And at the end of the 3 days, the Lord of Death comes and is shocked, seeing this young boy waiting at his doorstep. And that time, the Lord of Death, Yamaraja, gives Nachiketa 3 boons, telling him, you can choose any 3 boons. Nachiketa asks the first boon, saying that he wants to be able to go back to his father and his father should accept him. Second, Nachiketa says, till he is on the planet Earth, he should be the ruler of the whole world. And third, Nachiketa says that he wants to learn the science of death and learn the powerful cognition of going beyond death. And that beautiful conversation was given to us by Nachiketa as this Kathopanishad. So that is the story of the Kathopanishad. Now let's come back to the beautiful truths about death. Death is a gift given to every individual soul, tormented by the ignorance that they have felt by the separation from the whole. Death does not happen to all individuals equally. It happens based on the consciousness of the individual. It is the individual's capability and the individual's responsibility. When the quality of life increases day by day, the quality of the experience of death also increases and will not be a suffering anymore. Death is a power given to every conscious to reboot itself as a boon by self-healing mechanism when the load of patterns, sufferings, depression, unconsciousness, and negativity has become too much. If the individual identity is prepared while in the body to exist without interference of the body and mind, then they experience enlightenment, liberation after death. If any of the participants have any questions about this whole process, you can ask me throughout the sequence anytime throughout this session and I will be happy to explain. Now let's understand how to prepare the individual identity into this beautiful process of overcoming death, completing with death. Marana Smarana, the remembrance of death. It is the trigger of incompletion and fear that imbalance our consciousness. It kindles our natural organic existence and gives you the experience of consciousness beyond the body and mind. If you complete with Marana Smarana, you will experience tremendous powerfulness about yourself. So with this, we come to the end of this segment where we understood about this Marana Smarana and how to, when we keep, like example, like when we see a vaccine, we put that vaccine into our body. The vaccine contains a sort of half, you can call them half dead viruses, which just act like dummies. And when the body sees them, the body fights those virus. But when they fight the virus, they also gain the knowledge how to fight the real virus. So the same way, when we just remember, take a few moments to remember the whole death. We have seen so many deaths in our life. So when we see that space, just contemplating on that space, seeing that what happened at that time, what cognitions you had at that time, contemplating on those will give you the completion out of death fear. So now we will be now moving into the next segment. We'll be moving into the next segment after a short break. So just take a few minutes now to cognize this understanding of Marana Smarana. So let's begin.
Ananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Yes, so now we'll be entering into a process to complete with this death. Now, in this first step, write the earliest concept of your childhood memories and benefits, beliefs you received about death in your life. You may have received these ideas from your parents, teachers, relative, church, temple, etc. Example, death is inauspicious and it's a punishment from God. So let's start this process. The first step now, you can write down all the cognitions that you have about death. Like death is a punishment, death is inauspicious, death, if death happens in your family, then you cannot go to temples or you cannot go to any place. There are many in each part of the world. There are so many ideas that are linked to death that we also tend to imbibe. So let's now take a few minutes to write these down and see the various cognitions that we have got throughout these years about death. And begin now.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, now we'll be moving to the next step. Now, write down your experience about the first death you directly attended in your life. Maybe the earliest one, like the death of a near and dear one or a neighbor. Write it down with all details as much as you remember, including details of what was the color of the house, what dress you were wearing, what people told you that hurt you, or what people told you that scared you, anything that you remember about that incident, write it down. All the details about the first death that you experienced. Please begin.
Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, now let's move to the next step. What was the impact on your first death experience? Relive the incident. Let's take another few minutes to relive that incident with all its details. Close your eyes, and if you want to use a mirror, you can, and relive that experience. Remember everything that happened, all the details, and relive that experience. Please begin.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda
Yes, and now let's move into the last step. Now look into the relationships of your life that you are attached to, and you don't want the person to leave you. You don't want to ever think that person will leave you any day. Now make a list of those people that you don't want them to ever leave your life, and visualize, take a moment to make a decision that you will be powerful even when they leave your life. You will not be affected, and you will take an opportunity. You will take that as an opportunity to experience that whole process. It is not insensitivity, it is being powerless to one, support your family, and it is actually not a punishment or something that is being lost. The soul of that person has finally got the opportunity to once again remember that they are Paramashiva. So now make a list of the people who you have that you don't want them to ever leave your life, and take a decision to be powerful even if they when they pass away, and the decision that you will be strong to take that as an opportunity to see the whole happening unfold in front of you.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
And so now this we come to the end of this round of the power manifestation. Sorry, this round of the internalization exercise. Now we'll be moving into the power manifestation segment. Now last time we had a few questions that we could take a few moments to quickly scan and reveal the answer. So that is the same thing we are going to be doing this time again. So now once again you can get ready, take your notebook and pen, and I'll be showing the questions to you. You can quickly see the answer in your third eye and write down anything that you see. So let's begin. The first question that is there. Reassuring, compassionate, comforting, explanatory, meddlesome. Now take 30 seconds to quickly see the answer in your third eye. You can just write A, B, C, or D. That is more than enough. Chant the Mahavakya 3 times, and in that see the answer that Paramashiva is revealing to you, and then write the answer down. Yes, now we'll be moving to the answer. It is comforting. So that is the answer. Now let's move to the next question. Mary's father has 4 children: April, May, June. Who is the fourth one? Now once again, connect with Paramashiva. See the answer in your third eye and write it down. Yes, now I'll be moving to the answer. The answer is Mary. So it will be an easy one. Now let's move to the next question. Basically, these questions are not just a simple question. It is to allow you to see the answer in your third eye. That is important because just the manifestation here is to be able to see those questions, the answer of those questions in your third eye. So now there's another question. What should not be in the sequence? So you can just see the sequence, close your eyes, and even if you see the answer logically, allow yourself to see it through the third eye. You may think, okay, if I find it logically, how will it be different? You will see it appear in your third eye. That is the symbol that you have seen it through the power manifestation. You will see the answer. So now I'll be showing the answer. So it's the number 4 that should not be in this sequence. So if that's what you written, that's beautiful. And now with this, we end this beautiful, quick power manifestation segment. And now we'll be moving into a question answer session where Swamiji will be explaining to us about death. This beautiful question answer session will completely answer all of our questions so that we can more deeply complete with the different incompletions that we have with this fear of death. So now once again, you can take a moment to come to the space of listening. Yes, now we'll be moving into the Jnana video where Swamiji will be explaining about this science of death. Let's begin.
ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om. Listen, I'm going to read out the Akashic records. Sit sincerely, intensely. I can directly download the whole records into your being, and it can manifest in you directly as realization. Listen. Kala means the dimension of the universe in which the vibration component, the Parashakti component of Paramashiva manifesting. Understand? When Paramashiva decided to become many and celebrate himself, his Parashakti, decision to become many, started operating on the dimension called Kala. I'll give you an example. Just zoom out. See the space where big bangs and black holes happening simultaneously, billions of planets, suns, moons, stars moving, taking birth, living for millions of years, and disappearing simultaneously. That space is Kala. Meditate on that space. In Kala, life comes, lives for billion years, and relaxes simultaneously. Billion year, beginning and the end exists simultaneously. Without any gap, billions of years exist simultaneously. That dimension is Kala. Understand? Understanding about Kala, meditating on Kala, cognizing Kala will liberate you from death now. You will understand there is no death. Kala Bhairava gives you eternal life when you decide to be life positive. Extreme love is life positive, constantly contributing, sharing yourself. Extremely loving is the smell of life positivity. That is the source of Kala Bhairava. That is Kala Bhairava. Listen. In the world, there are only two types of people. One,
continuous contributors. People who go on contributing, loving, caring, enriching. From the time I remember me, the only job I do is continuously enriching each one of your consciousness, adding the best to your best possibility. Understand? You have multi-dimensions: body dimension, psychology dimension, physiology dimension, mind dimension, emotion dimension. Your ultimate dimension is consciousness. I go on contributing, enriching your conscious dimension. From the time I know me, I remember me, I continue to do only one thing, that is constantly contributing and enriching to each one of your conscious dimension, the ultimate dimension of you, consciousness. In the world, there are only two types of people. One, people who go on contributing, contributors. The other, people who go on try to destroy, devils, demons, rakshasas. Death is the door to different possibilities. Death is the door to the happening. When past and future overlap the life, it gets deluded and forgets its original, natural existence. Death is the moment the influence of the past and the influence of the future is completely moved out. Life stands still in its natural existential reality. Life can be experienced in its purest form in death. Every meditation, every spiritual technique, every kriya helps you only break few patterns, few samskaras, few engrams, but death helps you to break all the patterns, all the possible karmas, all the possible engrams, including agamya prarabdha sanjita. Death can be a great door to experience life existentially. Most of the beings experience life only during death. It is unfortunate they are afraid of their own life's peak existence. It is paradoxical. Beings which are supposed to be excited about life are afraid of the life which expresses itself intensely during death. Death is only for the things which can die in you. But you are deathless. If you are worried about death, you always associate yourself with objects which can die. Objects which can die is not you, neither part of you, nor existential you. It is just added to you. Kalabhairava, when he uses this body, he knows very clearly he is using this body, this brain, this system to relate with the universe, with the human beings. The moment he finishes the job of relating, he does not identify, possess, associate, own, be one with this body or the brain he uses. When you do not own, possess, feel one with the body you are carrying, you will have body and brain, not mind. Mind is the pollution created when you handle the body and brain. Beings having only body and brain, not mind, are pure beings, not afraid of death, as they understand that they are deathless. It is mind creates the association, possession, ownership, and creates the idea of death. Death is liberation and celebration. It is a natural conscious digestion process, gift given to every individual soul tormented by the ignorance that they are separated from the whole, constantly reminding them anything which separates them, including the concepts, is impermanent. Anything which makes them feel as departed part of the whole is impermanent. To make every individual soul understand that the concept of your individuality is imagination and impermanent, death is given as a natural boon to the whole universe. Here, Mahadeva reads out the signs of death for the seekers and for the people who want to cross the death. Death is of 7 types experienced by human beings. First, the man who feels he is nothing more than a body. He experiences oblivion as death. He feels end of his identity is death. End of his individual existence is death, which is obviously false. Illusion, delusion, which brings tremendous suffering, and the suffering constantly tortures him and does not let him live even while he is having the body. Next, the person who is completely centered on desires. He has a greed and cannot understand the possibility for a breakthrough. So he continuously extends his greed even after he leaves the body. All the concepts exist in all half-baked philosophies and religious concepts, the concepts of heaven, an extended life where the desires are fulfilled, where the continuum of the desires exist, is extended delusion of desire-based individual identity setup. The fourth death, death from the pain. Even the pain is also a projected delusion from the root pattern. It does not exist and it cannot coexist with the existence of the cosmic soul, as the cosmic soul's presence is felt every day by your individual soul in the deep sleep and the restful awareness. The pain pattern also faces the death. When the pain patterns faces the death, the experience the individual soul goes through is depression. Depression is not even the existence of pain. When you don't even project your pain, when you are not even capable of projecting your pain on the reality, the comparative reality, the constant torture you do to yourself with the seed is depression. Seed which cannot grow but continues to exist as a living seed is depression. The death from the depression is the sixth death, called dark night of the soul. Every soul goes through this dark night during the sleep in the form of a unrememberable nightmare every day. Morning, when you come out of the nightmare and can't remember the scenes but only can experience the feeling of the nightmare, it is dark night of the soul. Dark night of the soul is the near-death experience for so many individuals. All the individuals who record the near-death experience as being pulled into the cave and pushed out with a tremendous pain is near-death experience, which is nothing but the dark night of the soul in the long term. When the dark night of the soul happens every night, it is called nightmare. When the nightmare happens once in a life, it is called near-death experience. So the seventh death, the seventh form of the death, which is beyond the dark night of the soul, happens as nibbana, nirvana, extinction of the individual deluded identity. The extinction of the individual deluded identity is the ultimate death, which is liberation and celebration. What you feel as your identity is your identity centered on the body, then oblivion is the obvious truth about your death. If your individual identity is centered on desire, guilt, pain, resurrection is the obvious truth about your death. If your individual identity is capable of going through the depression and dark night of the soul, reincarnation is the truth about your death. If your individual identity is prepared while in the body itself to go through even the depression and the dark night of the soul, unable to exist without the help of the body and mind, enlightenment, liberation and celebration is the truth of your death. Death is not end or extinction of existence. It is just climate change on your body and mind. Whenever many deaths of mind happens in same body, it is spiritual evolution. If many bodies die in the same mind, it is unconsciousness, spiritual endarkenment. If more minds die in same body, you are spiritually growing, evolving. If more bodies die in same mind, you are spiritually going down, destroying yourself. Again and again and again, bodies die, minds die. Blessed are those in whom many minds die in one body. Continuously allow minds to be dying. Let your mind, even if you think in a best space, allow it to die. Allow it for transformation. Death is not end or extinction of existence. It is just climate change on your body and mind. Whenever many deaths of mind happens in same body, it is spiritual evolution. If many bodies die in the same mind, it is unconsciousness, spiritual endarkenment. If more minds die in same body, you are spiritually growing, evolving. If more bodies die in same mind, you are spiritually going down, destroying yourself. Again and again and again, bodies die, minds die. Blessed are those in whom many minds die in one body. Continuously allow minds to be dying. Let your mind, even if you think in a best space, allow it to die. Allow it for transformation. Allowing the mind to die every time in the same body leads you to the highest liberation and celebration. The concept of money, possession, ownership is the side effect of inability to accept the death of the body. The feeling of your son is your extension is also the inability to accept the extinction of body. When you are ready to accept the extinction of the body, the part of you which does not die goes through a powerful transformation and liberates itself from the dying component of you, which is the body. Through this way, it achieves a space where there is no extinction, where there is no death. Death is the most powerful mechanism either to get enlightened or to get yourself drowned in deeper and deeper unconsciousness. Every day, when you fall asleep, it is equivalent to death. When you wake up, it is equivalent to birth. From the deep sleep, if you come to the dreaming state, it is unconscious birth. From the deep sleep, if you come directly to the waking state, it is conscious birth. Every day, you go through birth and death. How you behave with this birth and death which is happening every day is going to decide how you are going to behave with the birth and death which is going to happen with your body, because every day birth and death is nothing but the direct glimpse of the long big birth and big death, which is only as a difference in time but not in space or the place. Your everyday birth and death and every life birth and death happens in same space and place. Only time difference between one birth and the other birth, the time difference between birth death of one and the birth death of the other is different.
Nithyananda. So now we saw how Swamiji beautifully spoke about the death. So now we will be entering into the preparation of the death process. So this is a very, very powerful process where the transformation happens in a very DNA level of our body. The duration of this process will be about 1.5 hours. So once we finish the announcements, there will be a short break before we enter into the death meditation process. So please listen authentically to the following guidelines. Please be seated in front of your camera throughout the death meditation process, and please have your camera turned on and the lights on your room all time during the process so that you're visible during the entire process. You'll be sitting up during during the entire process, and you won't be lying down. If you have either high blood pressure or have recently gone through a surgery or suffering from any serious medical condition, do not participate in this process. Please be seated silently during this process if you probably have any of the following, but do not participate in the process. Kindly be seated in a room where you will not be disturbed for the next 2 hours. Ensure you turn off all your mobile phones, all the alarms, and your devices. And then, if any of your family members are there at home with you in your house, kindly inform them not to disturb you for the next 2 hours because there's going to be a very intense death meditation process. And please close the doors of the rooms. And then you should be seated in a place where you will not be disturbed by any activity or sound. If you have not finished the internalization exercise, you can complete it now until we start the meditation process. So you'll be reading out what you have written in the assignments so far and finalize it. You'll read it out to yourself, not outside. And then if more comes up in your inner space, we'll be giving you 10 more minutes in the restroom break before the process starts, and have some water, and we'll be getting started with the death meditation process. So it's very important you don't fall asleep, and ensure you stay awake during the entire process. So please close the doors, windows to minimize distraction and from other people in your living room and living space to not disturb you. So you can visit the restroom, have some water, and settle down in a deep meditative state. So you have like we'll give you like 10 minutes. So please have a short break. Close your doors, windows, and let all of you people know that for next 2 hours to not disturb you in any of the in middle.
नित्यानंद मधुसूदन नित्य चरणम तुमको मेरे माँ, चरणम तुमको मेरे माँ। जगदोदरना ज्योति स्वरूपा कलियुग की अवतार। मधुसूदन